Banana Sidzus and good morning, Todo Samzu. Welcome to your Guam Legislature, the 38th Guam Legislature, the People's House, your house. This morning's oversight hearing is conducted by the Committee on Finance and Government Operations and is called to order at this time 0904. This Tuesday, March 10, 2026. First notice of this oversight hearing was disseminated to all senators and media outlets on March 3, 2026, with its second notice disseminated on March 6, 2026. These hearing notices were also made available on the Guam Legislature's website, our legislative calendar, and the Government of Guam's public notice portal. The committee will hear testimony on the following that is on the agenda. We will hear from the Office of Public Accountability, OPA, on the FY 2024 audit update and others. I think there may be some updates as well on 2025. And then we will also hear from Department of Administration on audit timing update on the fiscal year 2024, audit timing update on fiscal year 2025, the GFMIS update, the Guam Financial Management System, and also HR and personnel issues that have been brought to our attention, as well as GSA Procurement update. At this time, I'd like to recognize my colleagues that have joined me. First of all, the Vice Speaker and Vice Chair of this committee, Vice Speaker Tony Ada. Our Speaker, Speaker Frank Blas, thank you for joining us, as well as Senator Gumatautau. Thank you, sir. Senator Therese Talahi and Senator Chris Barnett, thank you for being with us this morning, colleagues. Before we begin, I'd like to remind everyone in attendance of the Legislature Guahan's General Rules of Conduct. Individuals testifying shall first be recognized by the chairperson before speaking and shall state their full name for record-keeping purposes. Questions and testimony shall be confined to the substance and nature of the oversight hearing. Personal inferences as to the character or motive of any senator or individual testifying is not permitted. The chairperson of the committee may order the removal from this hearing of any member of Legislature Guahan or the public audience who fails to observe proper decorum pursuant to 38th Guam Legislature Standing Rules. Any violation of this general rule of conduct will result in immediate removal from this public hearing room. With that, we will now proceed to hear updates from these agencies, beginning with the Office of Public Accountability. And I'd like to go ahead and just ask the OPA and any representatives from the OPA to come forward, as well as Director Byrne to be seated as well at the table, along with anyone that he'll be bringing up from the Department of Administration. So we can swear you in and proceed with the oversight hearing. If I can ask you all to please rise, because we'll be talking about financial matters and others. We will be swearing you in. For the record, this is our House rules. Sarge, you may proceed.
Please raise your right hand. Under penalty of perjury, you affirm that any and all information you provide today, whether it be verbally, electronically, and in writing, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Mr. Chair, under oath, you may proceed.
Thank you, and welcome once again to the 38th Guam Legislature. As is on our agenda, Mr. Speaker, Mr. OPA, BJ Cruz, if you can open on the first question, and that is to discuss timeliness and actually at this point, the lack of timeliness for the 2024 GovGuam audit and its status and the way forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee. As I had promised you when you took over as the chairman of this committee, and to the speaker, both prior, the speaker, and the current speaker, I promised all of you that I would work to my best to make sure that the audits were on time. And to be able to do that, you gave our office the authority to contract for the external audits, for the financial audits. I wrote all those contracts so that by January the 31st of each year, EY was supposed to be able to provide me with a draft of all of the departments and agencies audit. And on February the 28th, they were supposed to provide me the finals of all of those, because my plan was to hope to get the GovGuam audit out by March, in the hopes that it would be ready before you started any deliberations on the budget. I wanted, of course, to meet the statutory deadline of June the 30th. Unfortunately, in order to be able to get the GovGuam-wide audit out, I had to get all the component audit units out. And so about 4 years ago, at the start of this problem, GORA was my problem child, and it didn't issue until almost August or September of that year, and we didn't get GovGuam out until November. Then the following year, it was GMH, and then it was GDOE, and then it was GDOE. And that's the problem that we had this year. GDOE just issued its audit on January the 31st. I was hoping that with that we would get the GovGuam audit out by February the 28th. When I had the meeting with, to find the status, I was told that there were issues and that it might not get out. On January the 31st, I did receive a fairly long compliance part of the FY20, the compliance report. And I guess Mr. Burns was able to convince EY and the Department of Interior, which had been on my neck for the last year. We've been having meetings almost every other week to get the GovGuam audits out. That he needed some time to be able to do over the compliance report. And so I thought maybe by the time I got back yesterday, went on vacation for a few days, that the compliance report would have been taken care of, and there would have been an audit. The draft, at least, would have been in my office. Unfortunately, that was not the case. And if what I received in the email yesterday is any indication, I'm not even sure that the audit's going to get out the end of this month. Yesterday, I received in the mail a copy of an email that Mr. Burns sent to a number of department heads, asking them to provide him, by the 31st of March, a report on how they expended the American Rescue Plan Act money, ARPA funds, which should have been all expended by the end of '24. So I figured it was that memo was to take care of a compliance issue or a finding in that audit. If that is true, then he's not going to get the answers from the departments until the end of this month. He's not going to get the answers. He's not going to be able to, and put that into his responses. So I don't think it's going to get out by the end of this month. And EY is going to have to then finalize their report. And so I don't know if it's going to get out by when he's going to get it out. So I really have no idea. My hope, my last conversation with Department of Interior was when, at the beginning of February, was when I received the compliance report on the 31st of January, and I received the GovGuam audit on the 31st of January, that I would be able to issue the GovGuam audit 24 by the end of February. Because if by the end of February, then I hoped that we would have the entrance conference for the 25 almost immediately, or at least within the following week. So it would have been this week that we would have had and it would have just been 6 months from now that they and EY would have been able to put it together, since hopefully, according to the new, at least the advertisement on GFMIS, it should be able to spit things out in minutes. And so all these reports should be forthcoming, and all they needed was a 24. And I was hoping to get that out by August so that we could get back on track next year. With the memo that I got yesterday, and unless I hear anything different today, the 24 audit's not going to get out by any time this month, or at least finalized. I haven't seen the draft, so I don't know. I haven't even seen the management discussion and analysis, the MD&A, which was due in January. It was, so I'm very, very sorry to, and I express it to all of you. I've tried my best. For the 25 audits, I have about 5 component units that are sitting in draft form at EY, awaiting OPEB. OPEB for the 25 audit, the OPEB, the other post-employment benefits. That report should have been ready since January. I received a note that it was going to be ready on January the 9th. I didn't receive it on January the 9th. I waited February the 9th, I asked again, and it was not ready. I have not seen a copy of it. A year ago, almost to the day, to this day, I wrote to Mr. Byrne, and I said, we know that it takes EY 1 month to do their due diligence of the OPEB report. So why don't we start the OPEB report early? Last March, I asked him to get the OPEB numbers to the actuary in March. It didn't go out. So in my next memo to him, I included Adeloop in the memo. And I explained again the history of the late audits and how it's important to get the OPEB out early, and how the OPEB number is finished is ready to be given to the number. The census is ready to be given to the actuaries in the states to prepare the OPEB report. Should be ready the 31st of the previous year. So the numbers are there. And I was hoping that if we started in March, we would give them, or April or May, that we would then get it out. The OPEB report would be ready in August. It would be ready when this fiscal year ended. It would be able to be included in, given to EY to check it out and approve it. And the reports would then be even earlier, hopefully. It's not done. As of today, I've not received a copy of the OPEB report. I don't know if he has a report on that today to give you on what the status is. That's the status of the 24 and 25.
Mr. Speaker, OPA, just before this hearing, there was a press release from Audit, and it basically outlines that the reason for even the 2024 is somewhat squarely on EY, and for a number of different reasons that they explain. EY staffing issues, getting information, and they're awaiting information from EY for the 2024. Can you verify if that's correct?
That is not. Yes, it's true that EY needs additional personnel. It's true that EY needs people. But if the departments would just follow the schedule, when I first took over this office, I asked EY to do Gantt charts with the departments and all the auditees. If all the departments would keep to the schedule that was given to them on the EY report, they have milestones to meet. They're supposed to meet them. The problem is the departments don't meet them.
Directly from the release, Mr. Speaker, as of Friday, March 6th, we still have not received a full set of draft financial statements from Ernst & Young that are necessary for us to complete our responses. And this is from Ed Byrne, and we can go to him in a moment. Those documents are part of the normal audit process and are required before a final audit can be finalized.
The financial statement is supposed to be prepared by them, by Department of Administration. The auditors are just supposed to audit that. Trying to get the departments to give them the information. When I arrived and I saw a bunch of people getting out of the cars, I thought it was the department that you maybe had called Revenue and Taxation in, because I thought you were going to ask them about how come it takes so long. It really is a difficult time trying to get information from Revenue and Taxation, from Public Health and Social Services. It's like pulling teeth. And so if the departments just kept to the Gantt chart that they provide to my office in discussions with EY, and provided all the information on those dates, before those dates, they'd be able to meet them. But what happens is that because EY is shorted of staff, and I will admit that, they have to use staff from one audit on another audit. But their time is scheduled. They're supposed to have been finished with one audit so they can start the other audit. But if they haven't finished that audit A, because audit A, Department A is delayed because they haven't given all the information, then they can't start on audit B. But it should have already been finished. That's why they have the schedule. It's like on your committees. You know that you're to have committee hearings and when the reports are supposed to be in, when it's supposed to be before rules, so that you have it in time for session. If somebody doesn't have it, then it just delays the process. That's what's happening. Of course they could use people, yes, and they could have used people, and I had hoped that she would come back and her press release was going to read that she had been successful in lobbying the president to reconsider and provide a waiver, or Department of Interior to provide DEY a waiver on the $1 million cost it is to buy an H-1 visa. The H-1 visas, they have 20 H-1 visas sitting. But the president has announced that he's going to cut back on H-1 and put $1 million on each one, or some huge number. 100,000, I think. But I mean, it's whatever it is. It's crazy. And I kept thinking, if he does that, that's going to drive up the cost of our audits. But I had asked her, in fact, I wrote to her and told her before she left, please lobby them to provide EY a waiver. They have 20 requests that they'd like to pay people that they'd like to pick up. But they are short. Everybody's short. Every department's short. I mean, we're all stealing from each other. I got a resignation from one of my staff last night, going to someplace else. But there aren't enough accountants on this island. But that's not it. If the departments had given their information on time, if everybody had been on time, things would follow. But once it gets out of whack, the whole thing gets out of whack. And unless you can force it to try to get back into schedule, we're going to be constantly off.
So for the Public Auditor's Office, I know you guys are really busy. Everybody's busy, but I don't want, this is the only update that I have for you here. So I'm going to go ahead and, Ed, I know you, Mr. Byrne, I know you have a presentation, but I'm going to forego that because I want to complete the Public Auditor, and then you can go into your presentation after. Ed, I just have a direct question to you. I mean, obviously, your comment has been disputed, and it's been disputed that you don't have what you need to complete the fiscal year 2024 audit. So I want you to address that.
So, Mr. Chairman, may I address some of the public auditor's points?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Let me start with where I agree. I agree resources are rationed. Right? I agree that we don't have sufficient expertise in both the government, as he spoke so clearly about some of the agency's response, and at the auditors, in order that if there's a glitch in the whole system, it's a finely tuned system, if there's one glitch, then the whole program actually falls apart. And you know, the Gantt charts only look at individual agencies, not the whole, not the critical path for the whole process, which is producing a nearly 200-page financial statement. So I certainly agree with that. But I have to say that I've been doing this job for 52 years. Never in my entire experience have I had an audit experience that anywhere approaches this particular audit experience. I know it's more complex than most. I know it requires expertise in government accounting, which many people don't have, and I'll return to that theme later. But it is a very uncomfortable experience all round for Mr. Cruz, for myself, and most particularly for the staff, the financial staff at DOA and the other financial agencies, because it's very demoralizing to be constantly in audit. You know, none of us wants to be constantly in audit. We all want to get audits out and complete so that we can do other things. But unfortunately, that hasn't happened. With respect to DOI and the conferences that we've had with DOI about audit timeliness, the context of that is all the audits of all the Pacific Islands are late. I have a schedule here that was prepared by the graduate school that shows that two islands are still doing with fiscal 23 audit, and the remainder are trying to deal with fiscal 24 audit. Is there a pattern here? Yes, there is. The pattern is that these are complicated issues. The explosion in federal grants, which was great, you know, we needed the money, but the compliance associated with that takes up time. And for all the Pacific Islands, EY is the auditor. So I leave it up to you to determine whether you think there's a pattern there. I certainly think I do, because we have to go through these conferences about twice a month, because in order to try and get a timeliness. In a letter to the governor, the public auditor asked us when we visited DC to talk to DOI about the issue of audit and timeliness, because as he says, he's under pressure from DOI. We did discuss it. We are concerned that timeliness should not be at the expense of quality. We require quality audits because it's not just you, and certainly, you know, it's an important part of your job to look at the audit, but investors are looking at this audit. Investors who are going to put their money in Guam, and they need to make sure that we have quality audits. And again, we're the only island, with the exception of American Samoa, that have an unmodified audit. And we work very hard to make sure that that happens. So we did discuss it with DOI, and DOI recognizes that audit quality is important. In fact, it's essential. Along this journey, we also found out, and we have to fix this, that DOI is not the cognizant agency, and I'll explain what that means in a minute, for Guam. So they then found themselves kind of powerless, because we found out that Health and Human Services is the cognizant agency. And I'll address that, if I may, when I come to the compliance audit. With respect to audit timeliness for the financial statements, let me confine myself to that for the moment. We sent EY our trial balance, and it was referred to in that press release, but we actually sent it on April 30th of last year. We sent the CEFA, which is the starting point of the compliance audit a month later. We heard nothing from EY until the middle of August, when we were introduced to new staff who they had brought, and I understand the issue with bringing staff onto the island. New staff that were brought for both these sides of the audit who had no previous Guam experience. And we've been working with them through this process. And yes, we should be preparing our own financial statements, but we asked the auditors to do it, and the auditors said they would do it, but the auditors haven't done it. On the compliance audit part, I mentioned that we sent in our information on May 31st. There was a lot of review of that information before we sent it. But the public auditor is right. Getting information out of some of these other agencies is really, really difficult. They're not attuned to financials, and I was going to address that in our presentation, so may I leave that part to the presentation. But on the question of the compliance audit, I'm glad the public auditor got the first draft on the January 31st. We got the first draft on January the 6th. That draft had question costs of 37.6 million. We then set about trying to reduce the question costs, because that's our job, to make sure that costs aren't questioned, federal costs aren't questioned. And we worked away at it, and we pointed out on many, many occasions to the auditor in charge of this that they had made errors in compiling their findings. Cognizant of the need to finish the audit, rather than let this drift on, because that didn't seem to be a useful way of managing this almost unmanageable situation, I made the decision to cut off this system of investigation when the question costs reached 15 million or less. It's an arbitrary decision, but we want to get it done because we were finding that we weren't getting sufficient impetus with the remainder of the findings that we were trying to clear. And we clear those findings because the agencies that award these grants obviously read and take note of what is being said. Curiously, on the two teams that did our EY audit, and this isn't something that we haven't discussed with EY, they're perfectly well aware of our concern on this. One set that deal with the financial statements did what I certainly would have done, or I used to do when I was doing this job, and when they needed to establish or find a source document, they were able to go into the system and find it themselves, because in the new system, all these documents are embedded. The compliance team just didn't do that. So then we had to spend a lot of time, when we could have been clearing these items, finding source documents, and the list of source documents kept on changing, because as they went through their list of expenditures that they were looking at, it kept on changing because they found out that that expenditure had been procured in a previous year, so they had to replace it with another set of documents. This is not the way to do an audit. This is not the way to complete an audit. And this is why it takes so long. This is why some of the people behind me are involved in this. This is why they are very demoralized. And this is why I say to you, I've never had an experience. I've had some audit experiences. I once had to cause an audit partner to be removed. But I've never had anything like this, where it takes weeks and weeks to get back a response to a question that we, or to a information that we provided.
And pardon me, but that sounds completely internal. I don't, you're demoralized, but you're demoralized for the fact that you cannot get.
We cannot get responses.
I don't think that's going to cut it, Ed. I mean, we sit here and we have to debate a budget once again going forward where there's a request for an additional close to $100 million. And we sit here, and as far as I'm concerned right now, we have no basis. You're reporting deficits now in revenues of 24 and 25 to support appropriations, and we have no audit. The last highlights from fiscal year 2023 already were, the alarms were ringing.
I agree with
you, in terms of
Senator.
expenditure versus what we not only adopted as revenue, but even revenue that was coming in.
I agree with you, Senator. I think it's an awful situation.
If we want to talk about a pattern, the pattern's very clear. The pattern is in August of 2020, you got a 2-month actually lead time. Starting in May 2021, it was -1 for that fiscal year in terms of the audit, a month. In November 2023, 5 months behind. 2025, 8 months plus now, and we can't even think about the 2025 audit. And I'm just saying, demoralized, I get it, but demoralized, I have to go back to the public auditor. Sir, you have to verify the veracity of the statements here that I'm hearing it once again, that it is information that they can't get to provide to EY. So it sounds to me like it's not EY's problem for the 24.
When we check the portal, his MD&A is still not in there. It was sent back to him to rewrite. I've not seen the new MD&A. I don't know if the new MD&A is finished. And you heard him say that the financial statement is he admits that he's supposed to prepare it. But they've asked, if you read the audit will tell you we are not supposed to prepare the financial statement. The department prepares the financial statement, and we audit it. It would be ethically improper for them to be auditing their own work. Yes, it is true in the past, because GovGuam didn't have the requisite people, we depended on the external auditors to write the financial statements for us. But now they're refusing to do that. They have to stand away.
Sir, may I?
Please.
Okay, thank you. Actually, the letter of engagement says that the auditors, are tasked with assembling the financial statements from information we give them. And that is the way that most audits are done, or at least most audits that aren't like state audits that have a state auditor that does the actual audit themselves. I don't like that situation, I agree, but they don't have the resources, and apparently we don't have the resources to do that. So in consultation with DOI, who gave us a grant of $250,000 to try and help this along, I've suggested to them that we use that 250,000 to acquire software that does just that, so that we can take the ownership of preparing the financial statements. But that's not what it says at the moment. And may I just also, and I really don't want to fall out with the public auditor, but I suggested to him about 3 weeks ago that we terminate the contract with EY and rebid it.
So you rebid, so that 250,000 is still sitting there?
No, it's a different issue. There's two different issues.
Completely different issue. He wants to terminate the current contract and rebid. I followed his advice at the very beginning of this. I signed the contracts for 3 years plus an option year extension. We issued this two years ago. And so he wanted to just make it a 1-year contract. So I said, all right, fine, if that's what you want to do, we'll make it a 1-year contract. And we signed the contract because I needed his signature and governor's signature, and they wanted a 1-year contract. They got a 1-year contract. Then they decided to rebid. EY was the only one that bid. There isn't another agent, another external auditor, a private audit firm in Guam since Deloitte closed that will take this on. In fact, most accounting companies firms won't even take on audits. There's only 2 audit firms on island, one at Berger and EY. But when we rebid the contract, and they got it, it needed 100,000. Lester wouldn't sign the damn contract because it was short 100,000, because the appropriation didn't count for it. So I fronted it from my office. I had to eat the 100,000.
So it's a non-starter to even consider rebidding this?
No, not unless he can figure out what he's going to do. Unless he's going to use 250,000 to bring out a firm from the States.
That was what I was asking. Yeah.
No, we have advertised in the States for when we send out our bids. We've been trying to get somebody, but people don't really want to do audits remotely. It's possible, but a small audit. But a Guam audit, and if anybody knows trying to figure out how to get information out of public health and social services, trying to deal with revenue and taxation, even my auditors doing performance audits, trying to get revenue and taxation to answer questions.
Mr. Duenas, I need to do this before I go to the panel for questions because I want to, finish this issue with the audits and things going forward. I want to thank you once again when we first came in and had our discussion with you in early 2025 that, and we brought our team there to get the audit highlights from 2023. And I just want you to just remind us once again the value of those highlights and some of the findings in terms of the issues with expenditures versus what revenue was available, what revenues were adopted, and how critical it is in terms of even just the findings of the 2023 audit, that audits in terms of having financial audits prior to budgeting.
Right, thank you, Senator. Yeah, so you just said it there, and it was said earlier. In order for you guys, the panel up here, and then the rest of the senators that are not here, in order to get the information you guys need for your budget deliberations, a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about GDOE, and their audit for FY 2024. And I actually opened up with, I wish we were here talking about FY 2025 rather than 2024. But that's just the reality that we're in. There are, like the public auditor was saying, and our office has taken so many steps to try to push the audits to get done quicker. And it's not only DOA, it's other agencies as well that are or were behind. There's just so many hurdles that need to be overcome in order to get all of the information in more timely. But it really comes back to getting the information to you guys so that you guys can make the necessary decisions for not only the entire the entire government of Guam, but when you go to the individual agencies and talk about their numbers, right? Like, oh, you have something historically to go back to say, okay, this is where you spent your money in this case. But right now, you guys are only could potentially work with 23 numbers until the 24 audit comes out. Then you'll be able to work with 24, but then that was 3 years ago. So that's why it's important that these matters get resolved, and it has been done in the past. And it's something that I've said to other agencies where we've talked to them that it's cyclical. Like, plan, do, review. You guys plan. This is your job as the legislature. You're planning by budgeting. That's the executive branch's job. They do what the plan set out forth in the budgets that you guys put forth. And then the review part, that's when the auditors come and we say, this is what the plan was, this is what was done, and then here are the differences or the similarities or what was actually, and this is where findings come. And then it goes back to you guys. You plan based on the review, the previous audits that were done. So to answer the question, that's the importance of having these audits done timely.
And your highlights on fiscal year 2023 had some pretty revealing information in terms of how we had to prepare for expenditures, correct?
Yes.
Particularly, yes. I believe there was and it was discussed that it was going to, because it was a necessity to prepare an account basically for self-insurance, but there was a $33 million expenditure that wasn't appropriated that in any other budget cycle would have been catastrophic, when you think.
And that's what the audits actually caught and found. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize some of our colleagues who have joined us. Senator Sabrina Salas-Montanani, thank you, as well as Senator Tello Taidegui. I'm going to go to my colleagues to ask questions on the audit for the public auditor, as well as if Mr. Byrne wants to respond to your questions. I'm going to start with the Vice Speaker. Vice Speaker, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go ahead and defer my time on the audit. I believe that the public auditor has said exactly what needed to be heard, and hopefully I'll listen to the other segments as we continue to move along. Thank you, public auditor.
Senator Kumitato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the panel for being with us. I just only had one question, and we heard it yesterday during the Guam DOE's oversight hearing. It seems like it's like night and day with this newest group that's probably only been in play for 45 days and their predecessors. From your perch, public auditor, is it really that night and day with the group that you're engaging with at education relative to their audits?
It was. I was shocked. They turned in their trial balance and their TEFA, in time, and I thought it would take them 60 days, but they were done within 30.
Thank you for that. I think it's important for all of us to recognize that, I mean, this conversation, I start with that because I know that there's other bigger issues that probably need to be, worked out over the next couple of months. But as long as we see that the big monster in the room of GDOE in terms of their effort, as long as it sounds like they're turning it around, they should be able to help at some point once we get past some of the things we heard today. Mr. Byrne, you have a comment? on this?
Just to say that I didn't know that, but thank you for raising that. I'm delighted to hear it because DOE, we maybe need to explain, is part of the general fund. So their input is like 15 to 20% of the general fund. So thank you, and I'm delighted that that's the case.
Trust me, I was shocked too, because, and I had heard about it, but when we finally had them in front of us to be able to ask them, it just seems just like a different bunch of people committed to trying to get the information that has been mandated by this branch and to help the auditor do their job. So, Mr. Chair, that was all my only comment or question. And again, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say that what we heard today, very well, it's a good discussion, but it also very concerning on my end. Thank you so much.
Senator Gumitato. Senator Chalahi, you recognize?
Thank you. So if DOA says that the language says the contractor, the auditor is supposed to assemble financial statements from the information given to them, but you say DOA is supposed to assemble or create the financial statements and it will be audited by the contractor. How are you going to resolve that? Is this going to be a legal dispute or are we stuck or how will that be resolved?
I guess that's being resolved. I mean, I was under the impression, at least from the contract, and when you read the financial audit, when the letter at the very beginning, they say the responsibility of preparing the financial statement is on the agency, on the auditee. And he admits that it's supposed to be the auditee, but they didn't during the past have the expertise. So the financial auditor helped with air quotes.
And what about now?
I thought that they were providing the information, or at least most of the information, and that was being audited.
Senator,
Mr. Byrne,
I mean,
yeah.
this isn't an unusual situation, even for commercial audits, as to what the auditor does and what the company or the business or the government that's being audited does. There is a disparity between the contract and the letter of engagement, and that really highlights the uncertainty. But in order for me to successfully put together the financial statements that would be subject to an audit cover sheet, right? I don't have that expertise, and I don't mean that I don't have individuals who know what they're doing, but I don't have a group of accountants who actually have that expertise and are qualified to do it. I mean, just last week, or maybe the week before, I've got Tom Paulino, who's a CPA, who joined the Division of Accounts. So I hope to build up that expertise and get to a better point with this. Having said that, there's nearly 200 pages of information in the financial statements, and that's a big undertaking. On each of those pages, there's useful information. But in this particular case, the auditors said they would do it, so I reasonably expected them to do so. They did actually prepare, and this is one of the most important schedules in my mind, the budgetary budget actual general fund comparison, but unfortunately they didn't do it correctly. So we're going to have to correct that, because I wouldn't want this information, which you do need to have for budget discussions, to be incorrectly stated.
So how soon can you correct that?
We're correcting it now.
How
It's done.
soon?
It's done.
We provided it to them today.
Oh, okay, great. So we could get that information prior to release of the final budget?
We're happy to send it to you as a draft.
All right. And then, but I still don't hear a resolution. So he's saying that he thought the auditors agreed to do it. Do you think that they will do it? Or are you saying we are without?
That's the problem, is they're doing, if it is their understanding, then they are doing it, I guess.
Do you believe that, Mr. Byrne, that they're doing it?
Yes, I
Okay.
think they are, because I specifically asked it. I mean, I have an email from them saying that, we have some numbers, but we don't have all the footnotes, which is the bulk of the number of pages, and they said they were working on that.
All right. If we wanted that schedule that you have for FY24 for FY25, how soon could we get that?
Maybe I should ask the CFO, but I don't think it would be too challenging, because a lot of these numbers do come out of the new system.
That those should be already turned in by the agencies by now? The information you need?
Please turn on the mic and identify yourself when you're speaking.
Sorry, Teresa Rivers, responsible for the accounting division at DOA. So in regards to this report, we do have the information where we should be able to produce it over the next few months, perhaps by April. We should be able to have a draft of the FY25, because we're finalizing the FY25 numbers.
Okay.
You would have seen in our presentation that a lot of the invoices for FY25 are received at DOA towards the first quarter of 2026. So that in itself drags the closing of 2025 because of the influx of invoices that are supposed to be expended in 2025. So, but in terms of getting this report, we should be able to put it together and get a draft in the next 2 months.
Is there any agency that might cause a delay?
I don't believe so with regards to the FY25 numbers.
Okay, that's good news.
The last set, sorry.
Go ahead.
The agencies that would cause the delay are the general fund agencies that we don't account for.
You do.
Which is DOE, legislature, judiciary. The biggest is DOE. So if we didn't have the figures for the other two, the materiality probably isn't that high. But I would also like to point out that we send a budget actual report to every agency for the general fund monthly. So they get much more, they get information and we get information, which is why we're more confident about being able to do this on a management type of basis.
Is that schedule, you called it, would that show a deficit as we've been told that there is?
For fiscal 25, it may well, right? And indeed, when we presented the quarterly financials, which we're required to do, we send it to the speaker 1 month after the end of the quarter. That showed a deficit for that quarter of 31.3 million. Now, having said that, I know that there was a lot of expenditure in the first quarter that didn't occur in the second, so I do expect some improvement, but that was a report that you already have.
Right. To the auditor, is there anything in the law that we passed, Public Law 38-9, that gave you the authority to create schedules? So I know you've done that, and to try to enforce them through penalties. Is that going to help us here or not?
I was thinking about using that authority, actually, after today. I was going to announce that because of the delay in the OPEB, I'm going to announce that I'm going to use that authority to demand this year, since Audit didn't care last year when I sent the letter to them, that I was asking Mr. Byrne to send the OPEB numbers to the actuary last March and April and May. And I don't know when it finally was sent. I'm going to demand that I get a copy of acknowledgement from the audit, from the actuary within 30 days that they've received the numbers and that they'll be able to produce the report within 90 or 120 days. And if I don't get that, then I will impose a fine. Because I asked last year, and I don't know when the numbers for 25 were finally sent in to the auditors for this.
May I update that? Well, I expect the report, the OPEB report for fiscal 25, either the end of this week or beginning of next.
Okay.
And it's not quite as simple as sending the numbers in, because the difficulty that we've had this year, because it wasn't a rollover, and may I just explain that the OPEB report, perhaps I should take a step back to what the OPEB report is. The OPEB report is a report that values the promise that we make to retirees to carry their health insurance for as long as they or their survivors live. It's a value of like almost $3 billion, right? And it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense in our financials. But the difficulty we had is when we got the numbers from a number of agencies, the census numbers, the people that should be considered for either because they're active employees or they're retirees, and it was compared with the actual claims that we got from relevant to those agencies, they didn't match. And so we spent a lot of time trying to match those numbers. But I do expect it very shortly.
All right. And so the chairman referred to a letter or press release from Audit today regarding the financial delay or the delay in financial statements. And but I don't see in here their promise of completion or, you know, anything that we can hold them accountable to going forward. What would you say to us? What can we expect going forward?
Well, I took this decision to cut off the investigation into the compliance side of it. And again, I should point out that the auditors require that the two reports come out on the same day. It's not like we can finish one and not the other. And that is a bit of a, a bit of a more than a little bit of a difficulty. That is a huge difficulty because we have to work on them at the same time. But I don't have the draft financials, as I said, but after today, I will certainly make sure that now that we have a little bit more expertise in the accounting department, that we move it along. And I don't know that we would certainly be ready in about 20 days.
20 days.
I can't say what we don't do the audit.
Okay.
This is what I'm trying to say. The auditors do the audit,
Yeah.
and I don't feel in control, and I don't
Okay.
know
And then,
whether the public auditor does.
all right, but do you feel like if needed, you have the resources of the government available to you, such as autonomous agency expertise or other line agency expertise, in case you're just
Okay.
short?
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. Thank you. So, first of all, I wanted to address the point the public auditor made about the inquiry about the ARPA funds. It isn't part of the audit. That was sent out because it came out of the meetings that we had with DOI, but isn't relevant and isn't required in order to complete
All right,
the
so that
audit.
won't be causing the delay.
It's not
All
going
right,
to cause a
okay.
delay, right? It's a separate investigation. As far as the component units are concerned, there's obviously a big disparity we have a lot of component units, and very often they do hold up audits, and that's one of the things that come out of the insular governments, that they have the same problem too, that we have to wait until the last component unit is reported. As the public auditor said, it's been different units each year before we complete our financials. In most of them, right, I know there were errors made by many of the component units, especially with GASB 87 and GASB 91, which are really technical accounting pronouncements that require capitalization of what was previously considered expenditure. From a budgetary basis, it doesn't affect your numbers, right? Because the numbers on a budgetary basis are still treated as expenditures. But on the financial basis, we have to report it in a different way. And the public auditor, I think, mentioned not too long ago that we have the new big technical issue is leave accrual, and how we put accumulated leave on the balance sheet. And that's another big technical thing coming along. And unfortunately, next year, there's another big technical thing that actually almost refigures how we present the financial statements. So, you know, we have to keep up to date with all those things. We have people that help us, but it's still complex for a few people to do.
Well, that's what I'm expecting, I guess, is that across the government, if there's people with expertise that can help you, that we do what is necessary to get that help.
Yes.
Right? All right. Cesar Masi, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Masi, Senator Talai. Speaker Blas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the panel for being here. You know, I just sit here and try to fathom what has happened over the last 4 years and begin to wonder, when did this all start? When did this problem start?
The problem started, Senator, when we got a lot of federal funds, because that increased. Before we got CARES Act money and ARPA money, and this is true of all the islands that I was talking about, our federal compliance was much thinner, much narrower, took up much less time. When we got all the ARPA funds, and that affected DOE also, who got a lot of ARPA funds, and that was one of the big delays for fiscal 24. That was a very big factor that we'd never experienced before. So in my view, that's when it all started. Now we're coming out of it. Let's hope that we actually, I mean, no one wants to see a reduction in federal funds, obviously, because the more federal funds we're able to garner, the less the local fund has to shoulder the burden. But I do expect, not only have we got more experience in it, but I do expect the numbers to decrease.
Yet at the same time, when you guys come, I mean, you come before this body and your pronouncements and your press releases and your conversations with the community, we're doing fantastic. We're doing great. But yet I'm sitting here and I'm listening that we don't have the expertise when we had, if we were so flush with cash, why didn't we even think about then getting the expertise?
Well, speaking for myself, we did. But there's a worldwide shortage of accountants. You know, it was being a qualified accountant, whether it's a chartered accountant or a CPA, was kind of a joke, right? But it isn't. We need accountants for this, and there's a worldwide shortage. And like I said, I've just got one qualified person. Well, you have some other qualification, maybe two qualified people in DOA because they aren't about.
You know, it reminds me of the old adage when a person says, I know I've got money because I still have checks in the checkbook.
Yep.
But in actuality, while we're spending all this money, we're not accounting for it properly, and then we're not asking for the tools to be able to do this.
So we are accounting for it. This is an audit we're talking about. We still produce, like I mentioned, we have this report, this budget actual expenditure report, which I hope, I sincerely hope agency directors look at. It's in most cases, it's one sheet. You'll see it when we go through our slides. It's very easy for directors to understand, but we do account every day for every expenditure and revenue.
Mr. Speaker?
It's true there is a need for accountants, and I wish the university would be able to turn out more. I mean, really seriously. But that's the same thing with nurses, that's the same thing with doctors, that's the same thing with lawyers. I'm not sure what's happening, but they're just not turning them out in the numbers that we need. But the problem is, and I'm glad that they've updated the 24 actual to budget report. And I think that it must be from the GFMIS, because even monthly, I keep getting memos from his office asking for a comparison of how much was actually spent and how much was actually budgeted. So somebody's collecting it somewhere. And when I first took this office, I insisted, and I'm not even sure if they're doing it now, but I kept saying that if you would just do monthly closings and monthly reconciliations, quarterly closings, quarterly reconciliations, by the time we got to the end of the year. And I've not been able to get any of the departments to do that. I don't know if the GFMIS is going to be doing that for them. The component units at least get theirs out. I mean, the autonomous agencies, DOA, GPAWA and PAG, but they've got all the accountants. And as I keep telling you guys, unless you can get parity and we can get the same salaries, these guys can get the same salaries that they're getting there, they're not going to be going around. But
and I would like to address the issue of training of accountants, right, which is very close to my heart. Yes, we want to train, we want UOG to train more accountants, and we want UOG to send us those accountants. There's, I think, only a very limited number of hours in their public, in the courses they have on auditing of public entities. Most of the curriculum is not public entity stuff; it's business related, and therefore it's not unlikely that graduates choose to go into business because they've got more experience in the business side in their academic career. Also, business and finance tends to pay more. I tried at one time to get some preference from UOG to send us accountants with a preference for a job, for a job application, but they had some difficulty doing that. I'm going to try again.
How many vacant positions do you have in DOA for accountants?
May I ask the CFO, because she will know.
How many vacant positions do you have for accountants?
Currently, we have about 7.
How many of them have you actively recruited? How many have you recruited how many have you recruited in the last 2 graduation cycles from UOG or from anything?
No. I don't believe we got any from UOG.
How many have you actively tried to recruit?
We had our internship program with UOG started, so we had a few that we accepted. Only one joined us. We had 5 actually that applied for the internship.
When did you
But
start your recruitment or your
for the
your
internship
boot camp?
program? 6 months ago.
6 months ago. Yet this problem persisted since when? You've had this problem since when? I mean, I'm going to take it from the people that are outside of this building who pay taxes and wonder where's their tax money going and what are they paying for? Mr. Duenas, you mentioned earlier that you felt kind of bad that we as policymakers here had to deal with to prepare budgets based on information. When was the last time we were able to get complete information on budget? I mean,
I believe it was 2020.
Huh?
I believe it was in 2020.
2020.
As the chairman has stated, and
What was the budget for the government of Guam in 2020?
I don't recall. I have to look at the numbers.
Anybody? Can anybody say what the budget for Guam was in 2020?
700.
700 million. So maybe that what we should do is then base a budget on the last information that we got until we can catch up to it.
The problem is that it's not only just the budget, it's the fact that we accept federal funds. And the compliance on that is the one that's a problem. And
We didn't seem to have a
giving
problem with compliance every time we spent.
We've had problems with spending federal funds since forever. We had problems with Homeland Security and Civil Defense
I understand.
since right after you left that agency
Right.
15 years ago, because they were all federal funds. And they've been operating for these last several years, despite my recommending to you that they can't be operating unless you appropriate, but they are operating.
And you mentioned something that's very simple. Mr.
And the thing is that it's the agencies that get the federal funds that delay us. We were getting audits out on time until 2021, when it was GURA. 2020 to 2021. Then maybe there was the 2020 audit that was delayed because of GURA. But they're 100% federally funded. Then it became DOE and GMH. It's the agencies that get a lot of federal funds and unfortunately, because they're on federal funds, you have higher LTAs. LTAs are political hires. You shouldn't do that. The person in charge of federal funds should be a classified, meritoriously chosen person, because they're dealing with federal funds.
And you're absolutely right. I mean, when you brought up the thing that it was just, you should have started from the get-go on a monthly basis, rectify and reconcile your checkbook. We do that every month in our own households. But then when we let it lapse and when we put it off and we have to play catch up, now we're playing catch up not in a matter of days or weeks or months, it's years. It's years. And I don't know how much more I can, It really stumped me. Financial statement prepared by the auditor, and then the auditor is going to audit the financial statement? Does that make sense?
They're auditing the information in the financial
I
statement.
understand, because you initially stated that you were to provide them the information that goes into the financial statement. But then for them to prepare the financial statement and then audit that same statement that they prepared seems ludicrous. I'm scared now to be able to move forward in as far as what a budget request is based on numbers I can't even verify. And for me to sit here and to receive that, okay, we'll get you the information in a couple of months, in the next quarter. I need the information today to rectify policy that we had set forth and set out 3 years ago, so that we can recognize what is it that we need to be able to improve for tomorrow. So I suggest that maybe what we do then is that if we can't reconcile policies that we've set out 2 years ago because we're waiting for information from 3 years ago, then we go back 4 years where for those concerns and for those policies that we can reconcile, and we start from there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're using the clock.
Thank you.
You can follow up after the presentation. Thank you. Senator Barnett.
Sidus Masi, Manana Sidus to the people of Guam. Thank you for watching this morning on our YouTube and our Docomo GTA streams. Boy, giving me a headache sorting through all this. He said. But thank you, Auditor Cruz, for your hard work. I'm going on my 4th year as a senator, and one thing's been very consistent is you have been coming down here and wringing your hands, pounding the table, getting gray hairs, because you haven't had the cooperation from the administration. And we've had the same governor, same lieutenant governor the whole time I've been a senator. So forgive me if I say it, it's kind of like listening to a broken record this morning. It's just the same thing over and over again. And then you get Mr. Byrne trying to offer his reasoning. And what frustrates me is we as legislators have attempted to address these types of issues that you've been consistently bringing up. And we've tried very hard. And I want to commend Senator Tello Taitigui here for introducing in the 37th Guam Legislature Bill 14-38, which we passed unanimously. And this was it's now a public law, but this basically gave the public auditor the authority to impose fines against agency heads for not submitting information according to the deadline. So we passed that unanimously. The governor vetoed it, and all of the Adelup stooges changed their vote. So we couldn't override it. We tried twice, and so it was reintroduced by the good senator from Tamuning in this legislature, and it was again vetoed, and we overrode that veto on June 3rd. So I was very encouraged to hear the line of questioning from Senator Terlahi relative to the fee schedule that you've implemented. So I guess just first, if you could, just for the record, tell the people of Guam and the senators present, what is the actual deadline for submitting this information? Because the public law references deadlines and not meeting them and the consequences.
The statutory deadline is June the 30th of each year.
Okay, so let's,
That's of, no. For the GovWam audit, it's supposed to be due on June the 30th. I always thought that it should be earlier. So, I mean, because I used to sit in this chair and I wanted that information earlier. And so when I got this new position, I try to push it back, not by statute, but by contract. I thought that by getting out the component units by a draft in January, a final in February, then I'd be able to get the GovWam audit out by March or April afterwards, since if everybody stayed on schedule. The unfortunate part was that I kept having agencies not being able to meet the deadline. Now my problem is that though I still have the contractual obligation to get it by January and February, the OPEB isn't ready. And I think that memo that I saw yesterday on asking for ARPA numbers is going to address the compliance report. So if they're not supposed to submit those reports, their responses by the 31st, I don't think that they're going to be able to provide their responses to the compliance report to the auditors by the 31st, because they'll have to look at the numbers, put it in, and so I'm not sure when the 24 is going to get out.
okay, maybe let me just ask this in a simpler way. Right now, do we have agency heads, inclusive of autonomous entities or heads of programs within government of Guam, who have missed the deadline that you set forth as the public auditor? Yes or no?
For some of the reports that we're doing, no. And we try to work with them. I mean, it's, yes, you've given me the authority to impose fines. I try not to.
Right.
I revert back to my old family court ways of weekly meetings, and I'm hoping to try to get it done, get it out by then. But now I'm said to be killing auditors or causing auditors to quit their jobs because I'm too demanding and insisting that they do things on time.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I think we're, at the point of, and you said it yourself when questioned by Senator Terlahi, that you're already thinking about levying some fines after today. And so, after 3 years of hearing you come in here and share your frustrations with these agencies, I mean, this is the result of that, is us giving you the authority to impose these fines. And I think maybe Mr. Byrne would move a little quicker if it was coming out of his paycheck, or the other agency heads or entities who lead these autonomous agencies would as well. Mr. Byrne.
I certainly welcome any way of improving this process. Fines, they're kind of a negative way of doing it. I would rather there was a more positive way of doing it. But if it works, I hesitate to say that, because that might result in other people choosing to not pursue that job, but let's see.
So, Mr. Public Auditor, I guess just based on your estimate, like how much in fines could you levy, just based on how late some of these submissions are beyond the deadline?
I was thinking about a $250 fine.
And so,
and then increasing it if it's not met.
where can we find the schedule of the fees that your office has created?
I'm going to announce it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's, we're in this interesting situation where we're looking at the introduction of performance-based budgeting. The chair of the Finance Committee has also put forth a very aggressive timeline for the budget vote, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the date was July 17th. So do you think that we as senators are going to have the relevant information we need by July 17th to meet this kind of aggressive timeline for dealing with the budget? Because, I don't want to go into the budget blind or in the dark and lacking the information, which, has kind of been consistent.
I would hope that the 24 would be out before that time. It was my hope that my initial hope when I got the compliance report in January, and I thought that was the draft and that we were going to be able to move forward. I didn't think that it was going to take Department of Administration this whole time. And then thankfully he's made a decision that he's going to cut off after he gets down to 15 million. Hopefully they're going to do that. Otherwise, if he has to wait for them to get down to 15 million and some of those agencies don't respond, we may be waiting until Godot gets back. Because I wasn't the one that put the 15 million. I thought it should just go in. The compliance report that I saw in January should have been what should have just been finalized. And they should have responded quickly. But they're just taking too much time. And they got it since January the 30th. Why this ARPA request went out yesterday, 6 weeks after, is beyond me.
The ARPA request is not part of this, right? So we're not going to hold up. As we already all heard, we've taken a decision about what we're going to do, and we're going to move forward accordingly with that.
Right.
I know it doesn't help to look over the horizon, but Illinois is 2 years behind with their audits, and California is habitually 1 year. And what is the reason for that is the complexities that I've kind of referred to along the way. We have to deal with it. Actually, we're dealing with it not badly, but I know it's awkward because of we have an annual budget cycle and other states don't, and that's why we're having to deal with that, and that's just a fact of life.
Thank you for that, Mr. Byrne. And yeah, I don't think that, last minute having to deal with that ARPA report gets you off the hook. I don't think, comparing Guam to Illinois or California gets you off the hook. I think the auditor has been very, like I said, consistent. I mean, I can predict what you're going to say when you come in here and we start discussing some of these submissions with the audits. And I think that's why, again, I just want to go back to the authority. I understand you want to work, with these departments, but we gave you this authority to hold them accountable. And I think at the end of the day, we're beyond the point where the people of Guam demand this accountability. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to ask questions. Sijus Masi to the panel for being here.
Sijus Masi, Senator Burnett, and I concur with your thoughts that, we have a crunch timeline, but I will tell you this, that's all the more reason why I, as the chair, will put out a conservative budget, because if we can't get audits, there's no reason to be passing a budget when with these $100 million increases on an annual basis, when we don't have financials, audited financials to support that. And we will have all of the hearings. We have pre-budget hearings scheduled for March. We're starting in April. We're going to go May. We're going to go June. Everybody will be before us. We'll have requests, but the fact is, if we can't get audited financials, then we will put out a document that represents a conservative approach and not continue to spend hundreds of millions of dollars in this government without audited financials to back it up. We have a representation right now that there's a deficit. That can't be verified unless we have audited financials. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Auditor? How can you claim a deficit when we don't have audited financials?
I don't know who has said that there was a deficit. It was not me.
No, can we be clear about that? For fiscal 24, there is a surplus of round about 35 million. We already published some numbers on that.
Then what was your press release on the legislature is over appropriating and it's put us in a deficit when you have the responsibility of cash management? You're telling the people of Guam right now, the week before the governor stands before us and tells us how great everything is, and 1 week later you come out and tell us we have a $13 million deficit of appropriation. How can that be if you're managing cash?
Well, because
that means you spend more than you should.
We're not matching cash, right? Perhaps I could talk about that when we come to the presentation.
Please.
Because it was included in that.
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't the one that issued the release.
I know.
We had a discussion with air quotes because I don't speak unless it's audited.
Thank you.
And
that's
so
my point.
I will not give you any numbers, and I know some of you have called me and said, can you? And I'm like, unless I have an audit, I'm not going to say anything.
That's the biggest point I wanted you to make today, Mr. Speaker, because since you sat in this seat, I know you would not make a statement of any deficits unless you had audited numbers to be able to check the veracity against that. Senator Taitigui, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, or good morning to my colleagues. And of course, good morning to everyone who's here today and those who are watching. I greatly appreciate your time, the efforts that you made, and of course, being a part of this informational hearing or oversight. I know that the people at the OPA's office worked very hard and diligently in trying to get things out on time, just as much as Department of Administration, with what lack of staff that you have or auditors you have, and how the imperative of not having, losing auditors from one agency to the other, and the reason of some of the other states that you mentioned, California, as well as other states that are late with their audits due to a lack of staff to assist them. But I think that we have to keep in mind that you're put in this position to find a solution, not an excuse. I mean, look at the paper. Everybody has excuses. Everybody can recognize the issue and reiterate it over and over again, but nobody seems to find a solution. And I was hoping that with the bill that introduced and passed in June, which I think was a little bit too late for a public auditor to prepare to provide penalties for those individuals who are not providing the information in a timely manner, was a little bit late. But I'm glad to hear, Public Auditor, that you're going to now start implementing these fines. And for the listening public, these fines are not given to the agencies. These fines are given directly, personally, to the director, the head of the agency, out of their own personal pocket, $250, which will be is a fine, but then will continue an additional $250 if they don't reach a certain timeline. So if that's not putting, the fire to individuals' feet to provide this information, I don't know what it is. I just wish we could have passed this in the 37th Guam legislature so that today we can be here, not sit here and not being able to provide information that is a responsibility of these agencies to provide. I do want to ask a question, though, regarding lapses, from both of you. Do you feel that as this body appropriates and we do the budget, does lapses play a part in not, really giving a true, assessment of audits? And does it kind of muddy the water when it comes to lapses? And do you think that this body should allow lapses to happen?
I think it depends on how that agency receives their money. And it's budgeted. If Department of Administration handles the checkbook for the agency, then the Department of Administration, I think, is of the mind that at the end of the fiscal year, the checkbook is zeroed out and they start anew. For those of us agencies that receive money and have our own checking accounts, we can have, when we have lapses, we actually have lapses. There's still money in our savings account. And it's not sitting idle. Not bragging, but it was in my annual report. We made $80,000 on interest payments from money we had in our account because I have almost $2 million. But that's because at the beginning of the year, or monthly, we get the money from our 1/12 of, thankfully, we get 1/12 every appropriation. And so we have money that's left over. There are some agencies that actually have a lapse, but if they handle it, if the Department of Administration handles it, they're saying, no, it no longer exists at the end. I think the same thing is true of the university and GCC. They still have some cash.
And also, Mr.
And it's reported in everybody's financial statements. If you read the financial statements of each of the departments, it says cash.
May I?
Mr. Burns, I'm going to have you answer that question, but also can you add a caveat to that? What do you do with the interest of funds that have been lapsed and been sitting idle in accounts that generate interest? Where does that money go? And is it recognized?
Okay, yes, thank you. It's a really important question you've asked, and I'm more than happy to speak to it. So, lapses from operating agencies, generally throughout the accounting world, they lapse and they're no longer available. That is what, those that are studying accounting at UOG would learn. That is what the federal government does, except in very limited circumstances. Now, we have, in kind of contrast to that, we, Guam, have a lot of special funds. We have, normally when you look at states' financial statements, they have 4 or 5 special funds. We have almost 80. And they don't lapse. Special funds have special revenue sources, and those balances that are unspent don't lapse and are available for expenditure in the following year. But that rule really shouldn't apply to the general fund because that is kind of loose financial control, because you do not know when you start the year how much is going to carry over. And last week we got a 1-notch upgrade in our credit rating from S&P, and they actually mentioned this in their report, where they said, while the practice of using the previous fiscal year's operating surplus is not unusual, over time it can reduce visibility of long-term structural budgetary balance by masking potential expense growth or changing intended one-time appropriations into recurring expenses. So that is why they're generally frowned upon, because they mask the whole budgetary situation. And that's why most jurisdictions cut off those lapses. If you have to take a decision, or you should take a decision, that those that budgetary number is required by spending agencies for next year, by all means take that decision. But don't just let it drift from one year into another. On an accounting basis, it looks like it's a surplus, but on a budgetary basis, you have this confusion that S&P was concerned about. And to answer your second question about, yes, generally where special funds are required to have separate bank accounts, and not all of them do, but the vast majority of them do. If interest earned, you will see that interest reported in the special fund balance.
But there's also, you know, I guess in like UOG, for instance, the Office of Accountability, they also have lapses that they've been sitting in account collecting interest. Now, do you report on that?
It's only if it's cash. UOG, we pay out to UOG.
No, I'm talking about the interest that accumulated.
There's no interest because we give them the money. So what they do with the money is up to them.
Okay,
right?
so there's nothing in law that takes that interest that we as a legislature need to appropriate.
No, because
that might be something.
Because the actual cash is in different places.
When do you release the reserves? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Public Auditor.
The problem that you'll have with that is that when you see the schedule of actual to budget, if an agency spends more money than they've budgeted, but they have the cash, it'll show as a deficit on the report, but their bank account isn't overrun. That's the difference.
Yeah.
It's their savings that they've had.
Which actually should be reported, right?
Well, trying to figure out how to be able to report that in accounting and how that's audited is going to be the difficult thing.
Yeah, but you know, the way I see it too is that we're giving funding.
If they spend it elsewhere, it looks like they're running a deficit, but they really aren't, because they haven't overrun their account because they still have cash. I still have cash. If you look at the report, at least in the CCR, if you looked at the if you read it, it says actual and budgeted. There were like 3 accounts last year that were overspent: Governor, Lieutenant Governor, and the Office of Public Accountability. And ours was 3,000.
But it was overspent because there was additional funding, right? That was not given to you, but accumulated through interest, right?
Yeah. It was money that we had and we could spend. But
and this is information I think
we had spent, but it wasn't that we had overspent anything. We didn't take anything from general fund that wasn't ours. It was given to us, and we used it.
Thank you. Mr. Byrne, when do you release the reserves that are taken away from these agencies or set aside for reserves? And when do you release it?
That's a function of BBMR, and generally I think they release it towards the end of the financial year.
And is that what basically causes lapses?
I don't know, but I don't think so. I think lapses generally relate to programs that you plan to have a program, and that program either doesn't have enough people to actually complete the program, or there is an issue with how you source your supplies and services.
Mr. Burns, the governor, the administration has the authority to, not pay out mandates that are funded to maybe the following year through another. I mean, if they don't have the money to pay out anything that's been appropriated, it's carried over, that obligation. Have you did an assessment of the prior year obligations at this point, of how much we are still obligated to pay out in these bills that this legislature passes?
Again, that's a very good question, which I was going to try and address, but I'll address it now. So on a budgetary basis, you have to imagine two separate statements in the financial statements. On the budgetary basis, encumbrances are treated as expenditures. So if you have an outstanding purchase order or a contract, that's in the budgetary basis, it's treated as expenditure. In the financial statements, it isn't. So you could actually end up with, and this is what I think is causing the confusion, you could end up with a surplus on 1 year on the financial basis, but you've got all these obligations next year to pay out, which is why we do that other statement. So you can see what obligations are included. It's required supplementary, and the GASB requires you to include that statement in the financial statements. That is the basis upon which we prepare our CRER. So it should look something like the net year-end CRER when you actually look at it. So yes, we do assess it, and we include it in that statement.
Is this why you're considered in a deficit when we still have prior year obligations that we haven't fulfilled? And of course, this is at the discretion of the governor, whether she wants to pay this out or the funding is there, unless it's specific in our legislation that it comes from a certain pot of funding.
Okay, so when the government was running a deficit, and the balance sheet showed a deficit, what was funding the government was the vendors that you hadn't paid, right? Now we've turned that around, so now we have a surplus on the balance sheet, and that surplus allows us to mostly meet our obligations as they arise. There are some obligations that the governor can't spend because they're not yet appropriated, and I think one of those is the amount that's owed to the airport in prior years for the fuel tax. It's not appropriated, so we can't spend it, right? But that doesn't mean that it's not an obligation. So we would try and recognize that on the balance sheet. The balance sheet at a particular date should recognize every obligation that you can imagine. So we try, we hold open our financial closings until we have all these reports from each agency. But unfortunately, we're still getting a fair number of invoices from some agencies for 2024 and 2025. And, we told them, we've repeated, maybe we should find them. I don't know, a really good, maybe we should have a bill that finds them for that, because it's really hard for us to arrive at a definite number if, prior year obligations are still flowing in.
I'm glad you mentioned that, build in some fines for that information. And you mentioned it yourself, that public auditor, and last question, Mr. Chair, just public auditor, have you been keeping a log of all the information and requests made for requesting for your audit process? Have you created a log sheet that kind of tells us when you've requested moving forward? Because if we're going to start these penalties, that it's good to have this information.
Thankfully, I send out everything on email or on WhatsApp. So I have a date on when all those requests were made.
Okay.
Or we have the letters that say when all the dates are supposed to be. So they're all there in writing.
Okay.
It's in writing. And to your previous question, not using the fines, I thought that by including Adeloop in my emails, that the chief of staff would be the one with the whip.
I guess not.
So we,
And
rather
you
than
just
whips, we
heard
need
Ms.
scorpions, right?
Yeah, and you just heard Mr. Byrne just a few minutes, before you spoke about, fines implementing on other information, public auditors. So I hope you can incorporate that. But I'm sorry, Mr. Byrne, go ahead, and then I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
So, I mean, you can tell that we're frustrated. DOA is frustrated, and I know the CFO is frustrated because actually there is no consequence to an agency not submitting their obligations on time. But they're also our colleagues, right? We have to work with them. We don't want to be constantly at odds with them, but it does make that kind of relationship very difficult.
There's one thing about working together, but there's another about holding somebody's hand to do a job that they get 6 figures every year. It's a big difference. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. As I release you, Mr. Public Auditor, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for being here. I just got one final question because I'm having a hard time accepting the release from Adeloop. I don't look at this as holding up quality over our heads as an excuse to what I believe you've presented to us is an inability to get the work done in concert with the audit, those who are conducting the audit, and that's why we're in this situation.
I'm sorry, I did not see the release. I was not copied on it. I think the release was probably in response to the PDN's article yesterday about the fact that I had no report, but I had no update because there was no update. I think most of you know that I'm pretty, when I get upset, I sound like a sailor. And in a meeting that I had with DOI last month, when I heard that they had told, the DOI had told Department of Administration that it was more important to get something out, I mean, that there was no rush, that Guam was not the most derelict or the most delinquent, I let out a set of expletives to the DOI person, then asking why she was bothering to call me for help. Because I was trying to impose some order, and she had undermined my imposition. And so now they're taking their time to make sure that they address it. They should have all that information. The auditor shouldn't have to go through it to go dig in to find it. It should be when they ask the report should be able to have everything on it. When you ask for a file because you're going to pay something, when we ask for it, it should have all the authority and every single signature that was necessary. But they don't have it in the file. When you ask them, oh yes, it's in her file, it's in his file, it's in his computer, her computer, everybody's computer. I'm going, it's supposed to be in one file, guys. You're going to hear from procurement. The problem with procurement is that you're supposed to maintain a procurement file, and it should be daily. It should be maintained so that when I call Senator Matauta and say the deal is going to be this, I should send that to the procurement, the file immediately, not keep it on my record. And when somebody asks, oh yeah, that's right, when somebody 4 years, no, it should be kept somewhere central. It's not. And so that's, and when I push, the claim is people die or people quit.
Thank you, Mr. Auditor, and we appreciate your presence today. I think you've answered our question. It's not an issue of we're pushing for quality over getting it out. It seems to be obvious that it is an inability to get the information in a timely manner to get this audit completed. But with that, we'll move to Department Administration. Please begin your presentation. Can we have AV to pull up the slides, please?
So, Senators, we've spoken a lot about finances, but that is going to be our first block. Then we're going to move on to HR, and then we're going to move on to procurement. And I'm going to ask the individuals responsible for each of those sections to address some details. But I did want to, on this slide, talk about financial control and reporting. And it's kind of on the same line that the public order has been talking about, is financial control. We've reported surpluses for the last 7 years, and surpluses allow legislatures to address long-standing obligations and needs once they have been reported. And that was my response to Senator Taitagui's question. Surpluses, and the surplus that the governor spoke about is 297 million, is only about 4 months' worth of expenditures. So we've only just begun this task, but we want to achieve the goal of getting project financing at favorable rates, and both Moody's, when they gave us investment grade rating last year, and S&P, when they increased their rating last week, look at they look at the same information you're looking at. They look at our financials, they look at our budgetary process, and the point that the public auditor was making about the quality of the audit, we want to make sure that they continue to understand our position and continue to believe that the finances of the territory are well handled between the administration and the legislature. And that's what gives us the favorable bond ratings, and that's what gives us, hopefully, favorable rates. We've got 3 big projects that require financing: a hospital, a school, and a detention facility. Probably altogether, that's going to require funding of just under $1 billion. So favorable rates certainly are going to impact our budget, and we don't want to saddle the people of Guam for 30 years with an unfavorable rate because the rating agencies do not agree that our finances are improving. But as you can see on the next slide, that we did get a one-notch rating upgrade last week, and last year Moody's deemed our general fund bond investment grade for the first time in 28 years. The next slide is, I want to address some of this issue of financial control. I mean, it is the result of hard work by DOA staff, and all the information that comes into DOA comes in in different forms from different agencies. It's not easy. We have a ledger of about 1.5 to 2 billion, which is as big as all the other Pacific Islands put together. Financial people, and I can speak from like the 50 years of experience I've had, is not necessarily a way to make friends. Sometimes we have to say no. And we do say no when the expenditure or the supporting information that goes into actually incurring that expenditure, whether it's payroll or goods or purchases, if it's not justified, we say no. The results, though, are tangible because we have seen this improvement in our finances, and we have seen outside professionals, those that are willing to invest their money in this territory, they have given us certainly more than one indication that our finances on the right track. But to do this, we need constant training, and we need updated software. And we'll address that again in a minute. So we have produced improved reporting. We do a budget actual expenditure report monthly, and the legislature gets their report monthly too. We're going to do a similar report for the Federal Fund 101, and it's going to be rolled out either this week or next. So we want to keep agencies up to date with their financial information. Now, you can put it in front of them, but as the public auditor said, sometimes it's too difficult for them to actually, it's too difficult for them, or maybe maybe they don't get the support from their staff for them actually to action the numbers that we're reporting to them. The rest of this I'm going to turn over to the CFO.
Please identify yourself before you proceed and pull the mic close to you so we can hear you. Thank you.
My name is Teresa Rivers. I'm the CFO with DOA. The slide that I will be presenting is just sharing with you the volumes of just payments alone, which is just a portion of what we do in the division of accounts. So we have the first 5 months of the 2026 fiscal year for your review, and you'll see the number of invoices that we process on them for those each month for the 3 months. So on average, for the first 5 months of 2026, the 6 people that are responsible for that particular section processed about 7,000 invoices per month on average. The total value of, sorry, one second. Sorry, I'll move on to the next. Anyway, so the budget versus actuals report, we shared a slide of what that report looks like when we sent to all of the agencies, and we just have the DOA section of the year-to-date spent, if you like, from the Fund 100, and we are sharing with you what that looks like. And I know you do get a report, the legislature also gets a report, and the specific columns indicates the appropriation or the approved amount in the initial budget, and then at the end, the last column shows what's remaining to be spent. So that's what we wanted to share, what that report looks like, and that's what we share with the rest of the agencies. We do get inquiries. It's encouraging to hear that, to see the queries from a number of agencies that are coming through. Also, we ask for feedback. If they're not seeing their expenditures reported correctly, we do have discussions to ensure that we are reporting them correctly. So those are the two slides from the finance side.
And Chairman, perhaps I should introduce the rest of the team that have been sitting patiently here for the last couple of hours. On my left is the Deputy Director, Rina Borja. Next to her is the Personnel Services Administrator, Tony Uggan. To his left is Graham Botha, who's the Procurement Counsel, and on the far left is Andy Kittiger, who's the Acting Chief Procurement Officer. So these are the three main divisions of DOA in front of you today.
So proceed with your presentation. Please identify yourself for the record, turn on your mic, and make your...
Rina Borja, Deputy Director. The next slide is on the human resources, and I will have the PSA talk to this graph.
Hi, good morning. Tony Uggan, Personal Services Administrator. The first graph are the job announcements by month since October of last year. And so as you can see, somewhere around December, we had a spike of job announcements. I'd like to say that, the job announcements are dependent on the budget cycle. During October, we do get a large number of requests to fill positions, and so with those number of requests, we go ahead and announce jobs based on those requests. Same likewise with applications. Since October, we had a spike in the number of applications rated. We were a little bit light on December, January, and February, simply because we started to certify. In other words, all the job applications that were rated and announced, we pushed those out to the agency so they can go ahead and start to interview and make selections for those vacancies. Thank you. Oh, next slide. So I'm happy to announce that we actually are taking a very aggressive approach in doing trainings for the different departments and agencies. And mind you, our trainings are not just isolated for the line agencies. We also host trainings for the autonomous agencies. We have greatly expanded our training capacity. We used to have only one training room. Now we have three fairly large training rooms. And we are also exploring online trainings as well as remote training by Zoom, by Teams, as well as contracting training services from the various contractors. Thank you.
Adriana Kitagua, the Acting Chief Procurement Officer. If you can go to the next slide. GSA decided to do key performance indicators that we have done in the past 2 years. The first is procurement cycle time. On average, we do process requisitions between 25 to 30 days. Of course, this process depends on the complexity of the audit, of the procurement. On average for our invitation for bids, because those are competitive sealed bidding, we have a 40-day turnaround time, but of course with how complex it is depending on if funding needs to be supplemented or if it needs to go through a phase review, we do take anywhere from 4 to 6 months, but on average we do complete it within 60 days. Compliance is another key indicator that we have implemented at GSA. We do try to improve that year to year. Of the 89 IFBs that we did issue last year, we did receive 12 protests, one that resulted in an appeal, but we have been able to close every single protest and we did win our appeal. So that should result in a better compliance effort in the procurement side. And then the third key indicator is cost savings. So in FY 2025, we did issue 89 IFBs. 13 to 16 were structured as indefinite quantity bid contracts, and this is where we would use one agency to issue the IFB, and then other agencies can write off of it because it's fast-moving equipment or supplies. And so this has helped with consolidation efforts. Next slide. So this is the procurement statistics for FY 2026. Since the beginning of the fiscal year in October, we did receive 1,412 requisitions from different line departments and agencies, as well as some semi-autonomous agencies for the FEMA-related projects. Of that, we have closed about 59%, and that resulted in 839 purchase orders being issued. We have about 9% that is pending PO issuance, 5% that are in active solicitation. We do have 14% that were returned to the agencies. There are various reasons why it could be a funding issue when they submit the requisition to GSA. It could be that we're pending supporting documents in compliance with the checklist that is issued every year, or it could be that when we do perform the request for quotation process, we're not getting any vendors that are interested, and so we have to return it to the agency. And then there's about 12% that are in review by GSA. And so of that, we have issued 1,309 purchase orders from the beginning of the FY.
Thank you, Andy. Is someone handling the last slide here?
Rena Borja, Deputy. We are in the midst of our training with the Performa, that's the GFMIS system. This is a success story that the company, Performa, it was featured in the 365 magazine. And we are, as you can see, it's kind of the end-to-end process of our system in the territory, and that we're centralizing and trying to get everything together. It has made a big difference in our day-to-day operations at DOA. There are still some people that are not in the system, and those that are in anything that you start with any new system, there are going to be people that are not going to transfer over, want to do it. It's just how things are. What happens when you transfer to a new system? It is in its year 3. We have the people here training us and refining, and I think there's going to be the 4th phase. But right now we can tell you that We are going to be doing, the procurement system is going to roll out. We have the grants, which is what we heard earlier, when all these federal grants that we're getting, that has been a big trying to get all the information that you can do. I have staff here that this is a big deal for them, for transitioning from the AS400 and whatever else systems we're using, the spreadsheets, and to be able to use the GFMIS so you can pull information as quickly as we need. And that is coming along, and I think we're ready to roll out in the next few weeks just for our internal, and then we're going to be training the other agencies like Public Health, who has quite a bit of federal grants, and other DPW, other agencies that have federal grants, that we're able to train them and use this so that we all talk to each other. We are also doing recruitment. I realize that you might have questions about how long it takes us to hire a person, but as you can see, there's spikes that we have for applications and then for the announcements. And so what happens on the announcements is when we announce it, then we rate it. The rating is taking, it used to take, it probably takes us about 2 months. We have undergone some changes in our recruitment process and our recruitment staff. And then it goes back to the agencies, and usually the whole time frame that everybody thinks it takes forever in our department, it isn't. It goes back to the end users, the agencies that we're doing all their work for them. But when it goes back to them, they have, it's the average time that it stays there with them is like 2.5 months, because they get the eligibility, the certification list, the eligibility list, and then they have to look at it, schedule their interviews, schedule all of that, and by the time it gets back to us, that's the timing that it takes. But we're trying to make this a reality, that instead of X number of months that it takes to process for somebody to be hired in GovWAM, that it be down to 3 months from the time that it's announced to the time it goes to the agency and back to us and somebody gets hired.
Thank you. So we'll go straight to the questions. Vice Speaker, you're recognized at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Burns, you know, I'm going to concentrate on one area only because I had so many questions that came in and this is on the recruitment. And we had yesterday public hearing, oversight hearings with Department of Corrections on their recruitment as well. So my attention has been drawn to these matters, and the HR staff dedication to guaranteeing the integrity and efficiency of recruitment, you know, is greatly appreciated. We truly appreciate that. But concerns have been raised about the protracted certification procedure for recruitment requests, which underscores the staff's burden of managing an overwhelming number of applications. And in addition, there's a sense of frustration regarding communication and prioritization issues, which are particularly detrimental to our public safety agencies and the line agencies, as we can see with Department of Corrections. And I understand the Recruitment and Testing Division is inadequately staffed at this time, which is indispensable component of the recruiting process. As of today, how many applications are pending evaluations
Hi. So in regards to correction, the question is for corrections specifically?
No, it's broad in general. As of today, how many applications are pending evaluation in the recruiting process for our Government of Guam agencies?
Okay, for all agencies. Okay, so without looking at the data specifically, it's roughly about 800 to probably 1,000. And again, that's for all the various job announcements. Currently, right now, on our job board, we have 49 job announcements. Of the 49, more than half of those are continuous announcements. And so the continuous announcements basically they don't have a closing date. They continuously, we continuously accept applications for those specific job announcements. So the number of pending job applications to be evaluated varies. Also mind you that of the 49, those are the ones that we we have currently open. We have had a series of open job announcements historically, and as you saw the previous slides, we do post quite a number of job announcements on a regular basis. So,
and I'm glad you brought up about the job announcements, the continuously open, because Department of Corrections has also mentioned that, you know, they were out on the recruiting, they were doing a recruiting outreach, but yet the announcement was closed. The continuous announcement for a corrections officer was closed, but yet they were out doing a recruitment outreach.
So we just recently closed that particular job announcement. So normally we do close the job announcements periodically, and the reason why we close the job announcement periodically, pretty much around January. We do close job announcements. In other words, we close it because it has a particular job announcement number. We open it fresh in a new year. It's an in-house internal type of bookkeeping thing that we do, similar to accounting. You know, the accounts open and then they close, and what we try to do is all the all the applications for those specific job announcements, we get them rated, we get them tested, and we close out the books on that particular job announcement. And then we open a new job announcement, which we're anticipating opening new job announcements specifically for law enforcement in order to do a new announcement cycle. So again, normally we do open and close law enforcement job announcements on an annual basis.
Let's see. So Director, whose responsibility then is it to sign off on all recruitment documents? You know, example, the job announcements, eligibility lists, certification lists, things of that nature.
The name on all the certification lists and eligibility list is the director, and I sign for the director. So if he's not there, I sign. If he's there, he signs. I review all of them.
So it's just the director and the deputy director that can sign off on these?
Correct.
Correct? Okay. All right. What are the, you know, a lot of the ASOs from the different agencies have contacted us and over the oversight hearings about the recruitment requests when they go out for recruiting, and yet with the feedback they got, was it based on priority? And what do you think is most important, and how does it affect the office when it comes to making a decision for the agency's recruitment requests?
So yes, priority is a very big consideration depending on the nature of the job, depending on the need for the job. We do prioritize those job announcements. And so of course, law enforcement is at the top of that priority, public health, DPW, and so forth. So yes, depending on the need as well. It also depends on the number of applications that we normally receive. If we feel that a particular position does not garner a lot of applicants, we publish it, and we leave it in continuous announcements. For certain positions that have a high application rate, then we shorten that job announcement, so that way we can go ahead and open it and close it, and so that we can go ahead and rate the applications. Okay, so then on with the testing, right? What measures are taken to conduct testing for the law enforcement agencies, being that the Department of Correction is so short of personnel and we're trying to get these folks moving? And I'm looking at your staffing pattern here, and both positions for test development and research is vacant. How are we getting folks for our law enforcement agencies tested so that they can have a list of eligible applicants?
Well, let me talk to the one we just finished, is the GFD. The GFD, we had testing that was done outside. I mean, they did written test, and then they have physical test, and then those information are compiled and then sent on to the fire chief. And out of that, keep in mind that what had happened previously is that you picked, if they had 20 positions, the 28 and whatnot, according to the rules and regulation. But all those people on there, I think that one cycle there might have been 150 people that applied. what is happening is instead of rating all of them and let them be able to take the test, and then they can take the test. If they don't show up, they're off the list. If they show up and take the test, and there were values that were given, we looked at that and we made some changes because it was very subjective, and the fire chief did not have any input into it. When we discussed it, found out that he wanted ratings done a little differently, and we, for the last 30 years, never changed anything. Our testing materials are 30, 40 years old. So we've looked at that, and but the cycle that's finished, they're now in this is the last cycle for the fire department for this fiscal year. So what we've done is also looked at partnering with GCC and UOG for them to do the actual testing, so that it's not looked at, because when you sit down and you have your test, in a classroom, it's the same test that they've been given. Same person sitting next to each other, it's the same test, when it wasn't supposed to be. It was supposed to be a different set of tests for each person next to you, so you answer truthfully. So that has changed for that. That's what we're trying to avoid by going to have these tests done at GCC and UOG, because they have the training facilities. We did speak with UOG, and for a minimum nominal fee, they will be able to do that, which relieves our people from having to do that, because they were actually going out, 4 or 5 staff, to do this testing at another site, which we changed that. And then now the actual physical testing, we're also looking at having that done by the university or GCC or another, so that it's all, I guess the one of a better word, above board. And the chief agrees, because we want their input, because the standards of testing that has been 30, 40 years is not what it is today nationally. So that's a thing that has to change, which we are changing. And I realize that you're going to have people saying all kinds of things, but we're only doing things what we feel, with the agency head and what the standards are, so that Guam is always on the forefront of whatever changes are going on. So that's GFD. GPD, same thing. They're also doing these testing, but we're going through the same process where the actual testing is not done on site, but at the school, so that way it's done above board, or whatever you want to call it. And it's the same thing. The testing materials are 30, 40 years old. Our police officers have changed, the requirements have changed, and yet we haven't. So that's why we're making a lot of changes in the recruitment and the process, still following the DOA personal rules and regulations.
And when is this going to take effect? When is this being implemented to have GCC do the testing, or?
We're discussing that with UOG now. They're the first ones that come up. We did plan a trip with GCC. We haven't gotten back, but UOG has already met with us, and we already have a scheduled fee, and we're going to start that. It's because the next cycle for the GFD is probably, I'm not too sure when, and then the cycle for police department is also another cycle that's coming up. And that's one of the things, is that we do need to improve getting the law enforcement group into talking with us to see what they would like to see in how the recruits that they're going to get, how they're rated, what national norms need to be in the testing that is being done. And that was never done for the last, the materials that we're using are old, they're obsolete, and that's what we're trying to change, to be with the times.
I see. And you brought up GFD quite a number of times here, and this is about the merit process and the rule of 5. And regarding the firefighter recruit list, there was concerns raised that why were all candidates certified, and why did DOA not follow the rule of 5 with the firefighter recruits?
The firefighter are recruits. They're not classified employee. They are recruits. They're not an employee yet. So we can give them the whole list, and they can decide which ones. They can look at that and review it. So we did not break any DOA rules and regulation in following that. The practice has been that way. The rule is, the process is, you give them the whole list. They're not classified employees. They're not even employees yet. They're recruits. So they can get the whole list and look at that. Because as they have two more steps that they have to do, the fire department has to do before they take those recruits. They still have to do, there's some FBI, whatever code that they go in and they have to make sure that they're off that list. They also have to make sure that they don't owe child support, all this other things that they do. And then they also do drug testing. If they don't pass, they don't get into the recruit, okay? So that's why we get them, because they're gonna have to come back to us for another addendum. And that's what we clarified, that they are recruits, they're not classified employees, so they don't meet that, is it five per position scenario.
So the rule and the process is the same thing, or do we follow the rule, or do we follow a process that's been?
No, but the policy, the rule and regulation, we follow. But in the recruitment of fire and police, because they're only recruits, they are not employees yet. They don't have that right that we would look under the rules and regulation. And we did verify that.
Okay. Yeah, and in recruiting, we also have the drug testing, right? So when was the last time Department of Administration conducted the random drug test for the government of Guam, especially the test designated positions?
So we just did a random test not too long ago. I believe it was DPW. Don't quote me on that. However, the process is the departments would make a request to us, DOA, in order to do the random testing for test designated positions. And in turn, we start the process for the random testing.
And how long does that usually, from the time it's requested to the time that DOA conducts the random drug testing, what's the time frame there?
So there are actually three players involved in the process: the department, of course, the lab. So a big consideration is the lab. The lab has to go out, do the actual physical testing, inspect the site, ensure that the listings are complete. And then logistically, we have to coordinate with the department to ensure that, of course, the test is a surprise and that it's not leaked out that we're going to do testing. We have to do logistically coordination of those individuals that are scheduled to be on leave. We need to consider those folks as well. Operational needs, that's a big consideration. The timing, the day of, as well as whether we do in the morning, do in the afternoon. It's a very intense logistical type of scheduling.
And you did mention about the laboratory. Is there a current MOU still in place with the laboratory?
Yeah, well, we do use DLS. We do use
So
DLS.
is there a current MOU with DLS? Is that still in effect, or?
Yes.
It's still in effect?
Yeah.
Okay. Because what I had here is that there was, that the current MOU is not.
Well, I believe it's in a month. I think it's in a month-to-month.
So it's on a month-to-month? Okay. And how many personnel do you have at DOA that conducts the random drug testing?
So we have one person that's officially assigned to the drug testing that does the day-to-day operations. However, we do have other staff that does assist, particularly with the random testing.
I see. And we did mention about the GFMIS system earlier. It was discussed. Is there a recruitment module in place with the GFMIS? It's my understanding it's taken like 3 years to develop, or?
No, that system is being worked on now. We've got the first couple of meetings on it. It was not included in the beginning of the GFMIS system, so that's not correct.
So we didn't have this recruitment process module when we first initiated, Mr. Byrne, we didn't have this module included in the system when we first purchased it?
We had half of it included. The GG1 system was included, and that has been operational for about the last 2 years. What we didn't have was the new process that we're going to do to evaluate people within the system. That wasn't in the original system, but we have developed it, and it's about to be rolled out.
And what's that costing government of Guam now?
It's all got wrapped up into the monthly fee that we pay to.
Yeah, I know, but what is that additional module now going to cost the government or the taxpayers?
There's several modules all wrapped up that and I'd have to get you those figures because it wasn't separated out. There's several modules that needed to be upgraded, and it was included in the updated amount because also the fees that we have to pay to Microsoft also increased. So the per seat fees.
So a couple of million, several million?
Oh, no.
None? Okay.
No, it's like hundreds of thousands. Right?
All right. And then agencies have also brought up concerns that they are unable to track their quarterly reports on the system, and that numbering is not posted right away until it's manually registered by DOA accounting. Is that accurate? No.
I don't know what they mean. We've shown you the monthly expenditure reports that go out, so I really don't know what they mean. And you know, I'm going to ask the CFO if they have mentioned it to us.
Yeah, because it was mentioned that in the 2025, for FY 2025, an agency had wrong posting to overtime and accounting, posted regular salaries to overtime. Then the agency was told they must correct it manually. Is that?
I apologize, I'm not aware of that. I can take a look. That was not brought to our attention. Perhaps it was resolved at our next layer, but I will look into that. There have been some inquiries when we do send out the budget versus actuals report on the classification of the salary cost, but nothing to the extent of unposted transactions, so that I am aware of. So
perhaps you could let us have those details and we'll follow them up.
I see. So, you know, on your recruitment branch, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 vacancies. How long are you going to take to fill those vacancies so that we can start recruiting for employees? And then on the test and development, you have 2 vacancies, which is both positions that are vacant.
We are onboarding a couple more people. We have set up interviews for PS2s, 3s, and 4. One of the things is those that we've interviewed for the PS1s that we wanted to get, 2 people declined. After we interviewed them, they declined the position. We're on to one because we give them they have X number of days to accept, and then they have a couple of weeks to give their employer a notice of resignation. So that's what we're doing, and we are recruiting more in recruitment as we speak.
Yeah, because you also have 1, 2, 3 vacancies in classification and pay. And even with that side, you know, how
we have 3 in classification now, so there shouldn't be an opening there. We would like to add 2 more people. We're just going to have to go.
So which was filled? The 3, 2?
We have 1 PS1 and 1 PS2 and a PS4 in classification.
Okay, so then there's only 2 vacancies now, right? A 3 and a 2, or 2 3s?
For classification?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I think we may have, well, we just hired 1 person. We just hired 1 person a couple of weeks ago. So I don't know what that date is.
A PS2, right?
I'm sorry, my mistake. We hired 2 people. We hired 2 PS1s just a couple of weeks ago.
2
Yeah,
PS.
you're probably looking at the organizational chart that's not that current.
Pardon?
That's not current.
This is not current?
As we speak of what we're adding on.
Okay. So of the positions that you guys are talking about, then it's not listed here yet?
It's been filled. It may not be a PS3, it may be a PS2, but the positions in class right now is full. 3 people are in classification.
Okay, all right. All right, I think that's all the questions that I had so far. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can just yield to coming back in case anything else comes up.
Just Masi, Vice Speaker. I've lifted the clock, and so go ahead, Senator Gumatato. That would be for everyone. Senator Gumatato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, DOA, for being with us this morning. Let me just start with the GFMIS, if I could. Based on a discussion earlier this year between the Public Safety Committee and the Guam Police Department regarding the department's substantial amount of unexpended prior fiscal year appropriations, which for FY 2025 alone was estimated around $8 million, GPD testified that they continue to face challenges with the government of Guam's financial management information system, recognizing that it was reported back in 2024 that over 700 employees had access to the government's legacy financial system. Can you confirm today if all relevant employees have completed the required GFMIS training as of February 2026?
I'm going to ask the deputy to comment on that. The previous number on the old system was 743 people had access to it, but 743 people weren't using it. So we've been much more concerned to make sure that individuals who need access to the system have access to the part of the system they need, not parts of the system they'd like to look at for other reasons. But we've just been through the training, so I'm going to ask Ms. Boyer to talk.
The training that we're going on, first we have to train ourselves, the DOA staff, so that when we're talking accounting, we can talk to the other agencies and be able to help them. My phone has been blowing up because they all want to come to training, all the different agencies. And there are certain agencies that are more of an issue than other agencies. And so we're scheduling that. I'm having meetings with directors, and now we're going to go down to the ASOs and the ones that need. And there is, one of the things is, 3 years ago, as we change, so do the ASOs. The ASOs, the end users, they change, or they move to one agency. So that has been an issue, is ongoing.
Let me just interrupt. Let me just ask again. Has all the relevant employees, have they completed the required training as of February 2026?
I don't think so.
You don't think
Well,
so?
because all the ASOs from the different agencies have to, their directors need to bring that, to allow them to come and be trained with us. We are undergoing our own training in the systems that we're using now, fine-tuning it. Accounting is up and running, payroll's up and running.
Let me interrupt again, because as we were listening for the last 2 hours with the OPA, we're trying to get to our budget, trying to do all these things. I'm bringing the agencies on the public safety side, trying to get to understand what they're doing. So you're saying this morning on the record, we have no idea how many of the relevant employees have confirmed that have completed their training as of February?
I know my staff isn't trained, but we're trying to get the other agencies to come in.
Okay, so let me ask again, how many, now I'm going to ask, how many of them have been completed the training across the government of Guam line agencies as of February 2026?
And to be honest, Senator, I can't tell you how many. I don't know. I don't know how many of their people have come.
Stop. This is an oversight hearing
I
on
understand.
DOA. I'm trying to understand too, because we're trying to prepare your budget. So you're saying that as of March, we don't know? Mr. Byrne, can you help me with this? I'm trying to understand.
Yes, okay. It's an ongoing situation, I think is what the deputy is trying to say. So we're educating a whole lot of people this week and last week. And because some of these modules have evolved, we've had to retrain people who were trained at the very beginning to the new situation. But I think we don't have the number in our heads, but we will certainly get it to you at the end of the training process that we've got this week.
Yeah, I think it makes a little bit of sense for us. We're all trying to help make decisions. If we understand that, let's say for conversation, there's 200 employees that are relevant to do this training. If we know 140 have been trained, that at least gives us some comfort knowing that these line agencies have done it. That's all. I'm just trying to understand the number,
Yes,
if it's been complete.
I understand. I understand. And some of these agencies, unfortunately, have had a turnover in them, especially at the position of ASOs. ASOs seem to migrate between agencies a lot, and therefore the new people have had to come in and be trained again. So we will certainly get that number to you so you can take that decision.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Mr. Byrne. Let me just move on. What information is available summarizing the scheduled and unscheduled service fees that have been imposed by the vendor, which we hear in the last slide is touting us as a great case study? But I don't know if GSA or anyone can answer, but what information is available summarizing the scheduled and unscheduled service fees that have been imposed by the vendor and which are in addition to the $31 million price tag for the GFMIS? And why are we taking on these fees? Graham, you want to take a shot at that, if you know, or GSA?
So GSA did not procure the system on behalf of DOA, and we're not the program managers for it. So that wouldn't be I couldn't give you an answer for that.
Mr. Byrne?
So we haven't actually used the whole 31 million yet. I did mention that the seat fees imposed by Microsoft, it's not the vendor, it's Microsoft. It has a fee for Active Directory, one fee for Active Directory, which you need to actually be able to see the information, and another fee for those that actually put information into the system or extract information from the system. And those fees have increased. And they increased by about 50%. So we went through an exercise to reduce the number of people that we thought were necessary to incur this additional fee and put them into the other category where they could view it for the lesser, I think it's a G1 fee instead of a G3 fee.
Okay, so we haven't expended the entire 31 million.
We haven't expended.
And you're dropping user accounts so that we're not having to spend nearly as much money for each of the users. Is that what you're testifying?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, I mean, that's
Okay,
not to say that we won't want to right, in due course, because you know, we, like all software vendors, right? We want to make sure we have an up-to-date system. But at this moment, no.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Let me just switch over to HR issues. As of September 30, 2025, the Guam Police Department had a balance of $675,717 from its appropriation for a police officer cycle. DOC had a balance for the correction officer recruitment cycle. GFD had a balance. For the record, can I ask how many DOA HR division staff are assigned to assist with the public safety recruitment, and what information can DOA share at this point regarding any specific reasons or possible explanations for why it is taking a considerable amount of time for public safety agencies to recruit uniformed personnel? I know you mentioned it a bit earlier, but can you, again, for the record, how many staff are assigned to assist with recruitment for DOA?
So we've actually restructured our recruitment approach. We are not assigning specific employees to any department or law enforcement. We are now doing it based on a priority basis, as I mentioned. And of course, if a vacancy comes in, we prioritize it based on the need, the availability of lists. Sometimes we do have active lists, and sometimes we have to re-announce them. Sometimes we have to test them. And so if a certain type of position, such as law enforcement, does come in, we don't have pre-assigned employees.
Okay, now why I'm asking is, Mr. Byrne, do you anticipate adding any staff on the DOA side or any other executive branch agencies to help in the processing with the post-commission's effort? They're trying to do their general force structure plan and need that assistance to complete, which my understanding is, and I've been in these meetings already, there's only one HR person, and God bless her soul for being at these meetings, one person to help. She's going to help oversee 77 plus 12, I guess it's 77 of the lower rank law enforcement, and then the 12 above them. That's a lot of people for just one person to take on.
Well, that's the attendee at the meetings. We don't want to send a whole lot of people to the meetings because, as you pointed out, they've got work to do back at DOA. We've just started, and we weren't really aware, other than from the meetings, what Post was trying to do. And we were trying to do something slightly different, but we'll now more better align our efforts. But there are issues such as, GPD wants to have automatic promotions, and which I understand why they're asking for it, and at some time it makes sense, right? That you do your service at one post and then you get promoted to, I think it stops at Sergeant 2. But if you do that, eventually you have to keep your eye on it, because eventually you're going to end up with a whole lot of people stuck at that one position. And unless people retire, above them, you're going to get a whole lot of frustrated people.
Oh, no, Mr. Byrne,
we're concerned about that.
I don't disagree with you, but I think that's their responsibility. That really shouldn't be resting with
Well, yes,
DOA.
we have left it to them, but I have expressed my concern to them that might well happen. But yes, it's their choice.
Okay, and that'll get me to my next question. Could there be any consideration of hiring a group like the Hay Group, maybe some similar entity, to help the Post Commission complete the Peace Officer Force Structure Plan, and then help assist the government in developing the subsequent LE pay plan or pay study? I know that DOA will still need some experienced HR people to help facilitate that process. I would probably agree in the final approval, if I'm not mistaken, right? Any thoughts on that?
Yes, absolutely. We've thought about it, fairly frequently, and we had some discussions actually with, it was not Hay, but it was an equivalent offering from the outfit that currently does that study for some of the component units, including the utilities, right? And they have a plan, right, which sounds very good on paper for getting to a 50 percentile for everybody over 3 years. We would like to, and certainly I want to have some kind of some consultant come in and have a look at our pay structure, both for law enforcement and for non-law enforcement. Because what we've done, right, over the last few years, we put Band-Aids all over the place on law enforcement, on healthcare, and everything. We need to have a proper structure to the whole.
And I agree with you, Mr. Byrne, and that's why I was asking. And I think that based on the testimony today was we have outdated testing, we have outdated this and that. It's 2026. If we're able to align with more modern practices in utilizing the biggest resource that our law enforcement agencies has, which is the Post. That is their primary mandate. It makes a little bit of sense to at least help out. And that's why if we can get behind these, we're not doing one and done types of pay scales and structures that puts the entire system out of whack.
One of the things we certainly have discussed with the law enforcement agencies is comparison with the federal government. And in most cases, the federal government, their system pays more. And I don't know that we're ever going to be able to compete for every position that the federal government holds. And sometimes, and I know that the police chief has said this in the past, we actually have had people come back from the federal government to the local police department because of the increases that we've had. But these have been, both law enforcement and healthcare, we've put Band-Aids on in order to address some of these issues whilst you know, but I agree, we should have a comprehensive plan.
Right, and I think that our sister branch of the judiciary would appreciate that level of kind of stability, or at least in looking at the entirety of how we look at our law enforcement, and they'll probably going to adjust accordingly based on what we do or what you all do in the executive branch. And I asked that. Mr. Chair, I only have one last question. GSA sent out a circular 2026-005 on February 25th, 2026, establishes 5 deadlines for different procurement actions, including Friday, March 27th, 26, for requisitions that are 25,000 and above, requiring invitation for bid or RFPs. How does the February 26, 2026 circular impact any active procurement of critical public safety vehicles, including fire pumper trucks that were using $5 million that GFD received in November 2025 from DOI, ambulances, 4 new ones, estimated in their budget request at over 200,000. Is there any impact?
So we speak with the agencies sometimes monthly, or usually when they make their request to meet with us regarding these federal grant procurements that they want to do. Of course, when we put the deadline out, it is for all requisitions for the FY, but of course it's mainly for general funded procurements. So for those federal grants, we work with the agency. Of course, we understand that not every grant comes in well before the March deadline, and so we meet with them to understand how long it would take them to put their specifications together, what the obligation deadline is for that, and then we would plan accordingly.
So can I ask, maybe just from my experience, but why so early in this fiscal year? Isn't it normally a little bit later?
So this has been the deadline for the past 2 years, and it's just it's a realistic deadline for what I and my staff can procure for the agencies, given that I currently only have 5 buyers, and so I'm working with the resources that I have realistically.
All right, thank you so much for your answers, and thank you, Mr. Byrne, and your team for allowing me to ask some questions. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time today.
Thank you, Senator Gumatato. And in those key areas, I'm sorry, Ed, you got to get some more buyers. I mean, that can't be the reason if we're talking about critical equipment going forward. Senator Barnett, are you recognized?
Mr. Chair, and thank you again to the panel for your attendance and your testimony. I wanted to start with the circular I received from some Government of Guam employees this morning, and this is relative to the accrual of leave. It's circular 2026-011. So I'd received a bunch of phone calls from different constituents who are concerned that their accrued leave is going to be in jeopardy. It looks like it is in jeopardy. And some of the comments that I got from these hardworking government employees were kind of along the lines like they've accrued a lot of leave, which they weren't able to take because of various staffing shortages across the government of Guam. And so it's common, you know, for people in positions like bus drivers don't take leave. They end up with, you know, a significant amount of leave that is now in jeopardy. I've talked to employees who are looking at losing up to 1,000 hours of what I believe is, you know, rightfully earned leave. So can you just elaborate on this?
Yes, Senator, certainly. I received a letter from the Attorney General. It was addressed to me and other agency directors, so I guess it was directed in particular to me, wherein he issued a legal opinion that the accrual of more than 320 hours, or that with some exceptions, but generally 320 hours, the accrual of more than that was not permitted by Guam law. And that if any agency did not comply with that, what it was his opinion, that he could take criminal or civil action to enforce that. Right? So we were left with no alternative but to instruct the agencies for which we do HR and payroll that this was the Attorney General's legal opinion that he gave us, and that we would have to enforce it under that particular threat. Having said that, I don't disagree. There are a whole lot of people who have accrued leave and not used it because they chose to work rather than take leave. And when in agencies where they don't have enough people, that would certainly be the case. The remedy, and we've discussed this in the administration, the remedy to this would be to present to you legislation to increase that cap or take off that cap, whichever is thought to be the most appropriate, in order to address this issue, and that is our intent.
With that being said, I too thought it would require a legislative solution. So what has been the action, if any, relative to these employees' leave as of today?
Well, nothing as of yet. We've only, I think it only came out on Friday.
Thank you for that, Mr. Byrne. I'm still also getting a whole bunch of concerns about the financial management information system. So are you able to report to the senators why thousands of W-2s were sent out with erroneous information? I'm even hearing from officers in the Guam Police Department that they were given their W-2s 3 times. Some of them had already filed their taxes, and some, even after the 3rd time receiving these W-2s, said that the information was still incorrect. And so I'm hearing that's not a problem with human error, that it's a programming issue. So can you elaborate on that?
Yes. It particularly affected GPD because the matter in issue was the new provision in the OBRA Act where we're actually not required to, but we are reporting overtime because there is a provision for certain people that they may reduce their compensation by the overtime premium under the provisions of that act. Right? And it particularly affected GPD because they have a lot of overtime. And it particularly affected GPD because they were one of the last agencies to transfer from the old system to the new system, and it was the information transfer that went wrong. So there was a lot of corrections. A number of police personnel didn't qualify because if you're an exempt employee, then you're not allowed to have that particular exemption. But I was assured, and I would be, we will certainly look at it, and I will have the CFO whose responsibility this is to look at it, but I was assured that the final versions that went out were correct.
And it wasn't, just according to the reports I'm getting, it wasn't just specific to the Guam Police Department, is that correct?
It was, no, but they were particularly affected because they have a lot of overtime. It was the overtime issue and agencies that have overtime.
Employees have also shared with me that as of now, the Guam Financial Management Information System has been down for a couple hours. So my question is, what is the Department of Administration's contingency plan when the GFMIS system goes down due to it being web-based, and does this have any impact on payroll?
I'm not aware of it being down. So.
Well, can you just answer the question what the contingency plan would be in the event it does go down?
It's in the cloud, so if it's down, it needs to go up. So we've never had it down for more than, how long? Like 20 minutes, right?
Sorry. So what goes down must come up. Is that your answer?
You put it very well.
Yeah, thanks. Also, just other reports I'm getting are that there are issues with the budget model syncing with the accounting module, and that our hardworking DOA employees are having to manually input the labor cost from payroll because the 4 modules are not connecting to each other, which I find, problematic because we're talking about a $30 million financial management information system. And while the deputy director had said some employees and you've shared this before, are reluctant to get trained or to fully understand how the system works, it kind of seems like we're dealing with a lot of just issues with the system itself that don't necessarily have to do with the willingness for employees to engage with it.
Teresa here. So just to clarify, the transactions or the labor cost that are migrated, the postings or the migration of data from the payroll system module of GFMIS to the accounting system, it was automated because of the various transfers we've had over the last 3 months. We have come across a number of issues with that auto interface, so that is a priority number 1 in our service requests with the vendor. In terms of, yes, I agree, it is currently when the transactions are migrated to the 3654 payroll alone, it's manually reviewed and it does require additional checks. But we have weekly calls with the system group to progress the solution or fixing of that interface, that auto interface. They are in town this week, so we're hoping that we're close to 90% resolution. So that's the response I can provide at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, because I was kind of scratching my head, Mr. Byrne, because you gave a 5-star review to Performa here, but I have a hard time finding employees who don't have concerns with FMIS, and oftentimes they share with me that their concerns aren't being addressed, and I've asked a million times in different hearings, and you just seem to be very dismissive of these concerns.
Oh, no, sir, we're not dismissive. We take these concerns, we operate the system ourselves, and I'm glad to say I'm able to get into the system, so it must be up.
Yeah, now you're the director.
No, I mean, it must be up. It just doesn't know that it doesn't just come up for me. Right?
I know, Mr. Burnett, and maybe it's online now, but I trust the employees and the information that they provide for me. And it's just my obligation to bring them up and ask these questions.
Okay, well, right. Like you said, what goes down must come up.
Thank you.
No, we take these very seriously. We're the people that use the system the most. So we're not dismissive.
Okay.
We take these issues very seriously, and that's why that's why we have people from the software vendor. They've been here since last Monday, I think, doing training and attending to some of these ongoing issues. In any new system, you're going to get these issues.
I know.
And there's always something that comes up that is going to be an exception.
Just respectfully, Mr. Byrne, you've been saying with any new system, issues come up for the last 3 years, and these issues, going into year 4, still appear to be
we've introduced new modules over the course of that 3 years.
Yeah, thank you.
As you're hearing on HR.
And I think I might have asked Ms. Kittigwa about this, but she had stated on the record that GSA wasn't involved in the procurement of this financial management information system. Can you refresh our memory as to how this system was procured?
It was through a request for proposal. It was a DOA employee that helped administer the procurement. It just wasn't anyone at GSA.
Okay. So do you see any issues? Have you looked at that procurement? And just based on what we're hearing, continuously over the last few years, could we have done a better job at kind of vetting this procurement?
I don't know I can't answer to how the procurement was done or the result of it. I think that we're now getting the proper people at the table to help fix the issues that are ongoing right now.
Okay, thank you. And I also wanted to ask, who works at the GSA warehouse in PD? Any of the staff here?
Yes, so we have our surplus property manager. We also have our records management officer and we have one additional staff in surplus, a technician, and 2 staff for the GSA tender.
Are you able to confirm for the senators and the people of Guam that the working conditions at the GSA warehouse in PD are unsafe? There's a presence of mold and it rains inside the office, and as a result, employees are frequently becoming sick.
We have brought in DPW and other agencies that can help and determine the safety and the workload. We did close a big section of the warehouse to put them in a safer environment, and we're currently working with our property site manager to move the staff to a better location.
And what's the timeline on that, just for the employees?
So it's beyond my control as the CPO. It's a decision from management, and so I believe that our directors are working with the DOA property site manager on this issue.
Deputy Director, did you have a comment?
Yes, we are seriously looking for another place for them to move to. And so with your help, we can tear that building down. I think it's older than me. So it's really unsafe, but we have to move them. And we are looking at options to move that group. And then we go into phase 2, demolishing the building.
So the employees in the back who raised their hand, you can confirm that these conditions exist? Okay, yes. Well, thank you. Yes. And hopefully we can expedite that timeline. I mean, you don't have any extra desk over there at where you guys are at now?
It's not so much that, it's their tenda. So, a lot of the other agencies go to them. So that's what it is the warehouse space that we need to have.
Okay.
They're doing a great job, but under these kind of conditions.
Yeah, thank you for your attention to that matter. What is the policy of the Department of Administration, specifically relative to employees who are on military duty? Mr. Uggan?
I'm sorry, policy?
Yeah, what's your policy? Let's say I'm in the National Guard or something, and I go on military duty, but I'm still employed with the Department of Administration. What's your policy?
Well, so the policy, of course, is together with the federal regulations. And so if an employee is in the Guard, military, and so forth, then if they do need to take time off, they would have to submit orders. They need to file it, and of course, as soon as possible, notify us if they are to be going out on orders. At that point, we go ahead and follow the leave request, and it also depends too on the orders. I'm not completely sure, but so there's different kinds of orders, right? There's the mandatory orders for like military medical, for those who want to go out on, like say for instance, they want to do a medical type of leave. There are some that go on annual training, some that have active duty, which is prolonged, but all of them require orders.
So I was informed by some constituents, and I'm hoping you can provide more explanation on this, that 2 DOA employees, one in accounting, the other in human resources, were informed via email to return from military leave. They were told that if they did not return, they would be considered to have resigned from the Department of Administration. One employee responded by emailing the deputy director and HR manager, but she has not received a reply. As a result, there's been a complaint lodged with the Civil Service Commission. Recently, the employee was emailed stating that her deployment had ended and she's expected to return by March 1st. However, the employee says she's still on military orders. There's also been a FOIA request submitted for policies and procedures, and it's my understanding that they haven't received any of those documents.
The person, is this the one in HR? There's two people we're talking about. So which one is it? The one in HR or one in accounting?
You could just address both, ma'am.
The rules and regulation, we follow federal regulation, and they all fall under USERRA. USERRA is 5 years. Cumulative is not a cumulative leave. It's not consecutive. So if you've been on, of course, those in the Guard, they get their 15 days. That's paid leave without regardless, okay? That's that with the orders, you get that. But when you have those that are on voluntary leave, the voluntary leave, if the agency needs you, they can deny it. They can deny it from voluntary military leave. If you're with this, for example, this war that's going on or whatever, and you're required to go full-time, that's a different kind of leave. And that's emergency, but it all is all included in the USERRA. Correct? Bram? Right?
So when were these employees emailed and demanded to return for military leave, and when were they told that they were going to be considered resigned?
Because if you're on voluntary orders and your order says it is a voluntary, then the agency, any agency, because of the need, they can disapprove that. Okay? They need to come back to work. If you've been gone for 5 years and you've done your USERRA, you are required to come back to your employment. Now, unless we get orders that say, or a letter to us that says they're officially on active duty, that's a different story. But this USERRA is 5 years cumulative of military leave. And if you exhausted that, then you need to come back to work or resign and go work for the military. That's not our policy. That's the policy that is in the DOA rules and regulation, and it's also what we follow federal guidelines. And just to also add to that, Senator, there's a lot of agencies that have this, and I believe I'm very, what do you call it? Patriotic, but the needs of the agency, if they're voluntary, because that's a key word, it's voluntary. And if you volunteer to do that knowing that your job is there, we have people in the police force, the GFD, all the law enforcement has at least 10 people out on voluntary military leave, and we're holding the jobs for them.
Yeah, and I've never heard of the Guam Police Department telling those individuals that they need to come back to work, or they're going to be, basically, for all intents and purposes, fired, forced to resign.
But sir, if you were to look at how many are out over 5 years, it's sad.
I understand, ma'am.
Because there's a need. We're recruiting.
Yeah. But there's also, the law and USERRA, and just, I wouldn't be bringing this up if I didn't have these concerns shared with me, not just by the employees possibly, but by other HR individuals across the government of Guam who are looking at DOA and telling me that this is a problem. And so that's why I bring it up. Anything further? Mr. Ogden?
No.
Director Byrne, how do you respond, and if you could just provide clarity, because I know a bunch of the senators here, outside of, I think it was Senator Parkinson, Senator Munya Barnes, and Senator San Augustine, who I believe these whistleblowers were concerned with their closeness to the administration, but we all received a two-page letter laying out a bunch of different concerns with the department, and specifically the Personnel Services Administrator. So the part that stuck out to me was multiple complaints have been made to the Director, Deputy Director, and Equal Employment Officer regarding Mr. Ogden's, respectfully, lack of accountability and competency, as well as the toxic work environment. These concerns have not been addressed. And I heard similar concerns from the employees at the Guam Memorial Hospital when Mr. Ogden was serving in a similar capacity at the hospital. So can you say for the record why these complaints were not addressed?
I haven't seen the letter, Senator. I haven't seen the letter, so I'm not aware of the complaints.
So you're not aware of any issues?
We have issues every day.
Yeah, are you aware of any
I
issues
don't know what
relative to
I can't
this?
answer something specific without, we would certainly, it would have been appropriate to send the letter to me.
Sure.
And had I received it, we would have acted on it. But I haven't seen it. So it's really hard for me, other than the things that I know that we've discussed, but I haven't seen it. I would be happy to respond to it if I have.
Okay. Outside of the letter, though, you haven't received any complaints from your staff internally?
Senator, if I was going, I address concerns from employees, but I have a management team here. If I'm going to take every single complaint about every single one of them, we wouldn't be sitting here. Everybody, we can't please everyone, and we do our utmost best to get our job done. Yes, we're going to make decisions that's not popular, but don't you want us to be accountable for all the things we do? We need to require that of our employees too. And if they're unhappy with the decisions that are made, well then step up to the plate and do better.
I'm not sure it's relative to the decisions being made. We're talking about allegations of unprofessional conduct, lack of accountability and leadership, insufficient communication and strategic planning, abuse of position and political influence, in which it's alleged the Personnel Service Administrator cites his relationship to the Chief of Staff. He has used political connections to create an environment where staff feel he is beyond accountability. So this isn't necessarily people not, being upset because you don't think recruits, police recruits, law enforcement recruits are, legitimate employees of the government of Guam. This is, workplace shenanigans.
So what you have is you have a complaint. The director and I did not get letters.
But you said if you had to address every single complaint that came to you, so, I'm good at reading between the lines. That means to me that you've received complaints, and some of them you choose not to address because you're of the mindset that you don't think every concern shared by the employees is legitimate or deserves to be acted on.
I do. I do get the complaints. I do act on them.
So you've received complaints?
I have had, but you're now talking about, I have to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. So if there's a complaint, I look into it. And if there's merits to it, I will address it. But if there's no merit to it, and it's just an attack on a person, that is not fair. Because every employee at DOA or anywhere else in government is a valid employee. And they have to have their due.
Okay. So my door is always open, except when it has to be closed, right? You can ask my office staff sitting behind me. It's always open. I am aware of some individuals who decided that they would rather not be at DOA HR for a number of reasons, and they are no longer there. So they may have made their own choice, but like the deputy says, not every complaint has some kind of force behind it. Some people complain simply because it's different, or because they want to complain. Sure,
but some people complain because they legitimately feel that they're working in a toxic environment, and that seems to be the common thread that I get from different DOA employees. I mean, they're saying, what's the use of making a complaint if the deputy, the EEO, and the PSA are all like this, And we had the same conversation yesterday at the GDOE Oversight hearing. I think employees don't have faith in the process that's supposed to protect them.
I've heard that kind of issue before, but I will address whatever is addressed to me.
Mr. Elgin, did you want to respond to this at all?
As mentioned, I myself have not had any complaints brought to me. to the comments or the point of complaints. If the complaints were come to me, I would address them in turn. What I will say, though, is that I've had many years of experience. I qualified for the position, and I have made some unpopular decisions. I have. However, the question now is whether or not those decisions will improve the process and improve the quality of work. I believe, through my experience, through my 30-some years of experience, that many of the decisions I'm making will bring quality of work. I'll admit that certain people, certain employees, particularly those who have served particularly at length within a specific position, have ways of doing things. Sometimes my suggestions are a little bit radical, sometimes too modern, and sometimes I put people to the task. In other words, I expect more of them. I expect better quality of work from them, more output, more production. I have had certain employees complain that I'm expecting too much of them, but in my mind, through my professional judgment, that expectation is not unexpected, or I'm sorry, not achievable. And so if those changes are unpopular, then of course there's a consideration to make adjustments, to take suggestions, and I'm always welcome to take those suggestions.
And for the record, Senator, the EEO is not part of the HR department. The EEO reports to the deputy and myself.
Just to clarify, Mr. Byrne, I didn't say they were part of the HR department. I said that the employees had shared that there's a very close relationship with the EEO, the deputy, and the Personnel Services Administrator.
That would be hard since they don't report to the PSA.
I will clarify that I almost have no relationship with the EEO.
Okay.
Yeah, that we are in separate offices. We do interact.
Almost no relationship?
No, what I'm saying is work assignments. Relationship that I'm referring to is work assignments, and she doesn't report to me. I don't report to her. So we have a completely fine line between us.
Why do you think employees would allege that you have cited on multiple occasions your relationship to the Chief of Staff?
I object to that comment. I don't cite to the Chief of Staff. I have no, my direct connection is with my deputy and my director. That is the protocol. That is, these are my superiors. And so I respect that protocol, that chain of command.
Could you just clarify then, what is your relationship to the Chief of Staff?
The Chief of Staff is my brother-in-law.
Oh. Mr. Byrne, would you have any issue, holding the brother-in-law of the Chief of Staff is, and I'm not sure what the chain of command is, but is he your supervisor? The Chief of Staff?
Yes, I report to the Chief of Staff. I always tell everyone I'm really glad I'm not related to anybody. So.
Yeah. I know you make light of it, but to the DOA employees, it's a very serious issue.
Well.
And so again, I guess.
Can we be? If it's so serious, please let me have the information, and we will deal with it. I've had questions about deputies before. It's a toxic environment. Having said, we don't have a whole lot of people leave DOA. We have more people come to DOA than leave DOA, and very many people have come to DOA because of the environment in other places. But if there is something, please be assured I will deal with it.
Well, I think I've shared, that at least the employees who are talking to me think there is something, so.
Okay.
Yeah, hopefully you can look at it. And if you could just answer the question, so if we have these concerns being raised about Personnel Services Administrator who's a brother-in-law to the Chief of Staff of the Governor, how effective do you think you could be at holding this individual accountable?
I think I would be effective.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think that, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the removal of the time. I know you received many of these concerns as well, and I appreciate being granted the leeway to follow up on these concerns.
You're welcome, Senator Burnett. Yeah, we had also equal time with the audit, but yeah, definitely in this round, wanted to make sure all the concerns got out. Well, welcome Senator Paris, but before that, Senator Talataidegui, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of my questions were answered, and I don't want to keep you guys here longer than you already are. I'm sure we're all hungry right now. Hate to be in between food and that, but Mr. Byrne, I think Senator Barnett mentioned a concern that we all received an email regarding some personal issue with an individual. So I'll talk to you about that. If you haven't received it yet, then I'll be happy to forward it to you so you can look at it. As you mentioned earlier, I'll just send it to you. No need to answer to that. I'll just send it to you and we'll go from there. But in the meantime, my biggest concern right now is procurement. I've always been one to ensure that procurement is given everything that it's needed. So I'm just going to a few questions on procurement side. Ms. Kedigwa, how many staff do you have in procurement?
So in GSA, I have 14 staff, but 5 of them are slated for the procurement side.
Okay,
There's other things that GSA is mandated to do. I know procurement's a big part, but I do only have 5 buyers for the procurement side.
Yeah, and that's where the bottleneck happens, with the massive amount of requests that you're having. And it's something I think we've been trying very hard to address. I know that Senator Paris and I have been working with you to try and address some areas of trying to train departments and agencies on how to do procurement. One of the biggest concerns that we're having, that we receive from agencies, they go through the process of providing 3 bids. And then they put it together into a packet, and then it's sent to GSA. And then it's almost like, a duplicated nature in going through the whole process, because GSA, lots of times, I'm told, they throw out those 3 quotes and go and get their own quote. And that takes a lot of time. And so I want you to explain to us, why does that happen? So everyone who's listening from other agencies understand.
Yes, I have explained this to various agencies that have pushed back. GSA has never required agencies to go out and get quotes. We require market research, as per the Guam procurement law requires market research. And so we don't tell them to get quotes, because that is the responsibility of the solicitation, and that's the responsibility of the buyer.
Explain what market research is first before you, so people understand.
Market research is research with potential vendors or the market out there, that there is a market for the good or service that the agency wants to procure. And so we require them to obtain market research as per the Guam procurement law. A lot of times, a lot of the practices before I've come on board was that the agencies do receive quotes as part of their market research, and I believe the reason is they're trying to figure out what they're going to budget for that procurement. But we have never required the agencies to obtain 3 quotes to submit their requisitions in, because that's the responsibility of the buyers in the solicitation process.
Yeah, I think it's very important to understand that, people are coming to us like it's his, hers, and the truth on a story when it comes to us, so we need to clarify it. And I think one of the biggest things that we need to do is actually just clarify the procurement law, to revamp the procurement law, to simplify it, because as I'm going through the procurement myself, I'm waiting for module 4, which I'm still been waiting for a couple months to take that course. We're getting different opinions, and they're from 2 different attorneys, one having one class and another class, and they're saying, sometimes they say different things, so it's kind of confusing. I think to simplify procurement, that might be very helpful, and to find ways to streamline it. So my question now would be, I guess, to the administrator, to Mr. Burnt or Tony with, Tony again, right? With HR, with this, specific internal process or decisions, can you point out how you've assisted procurement to help them with, being so short-staffed at this point? What have you been doing to help GSA to get those bids out, to get those procurements through for our agencies? Because it's a really big problem. Not only is it a problem, but it costs this government money. The longer we wait to get these bids out and to get the process through, prices go up. It's like technology, it's obsolete in one day. So what are you doing to address this issue? I don't know who wants to answer it, but please, you're welcome to both, but go ahead.
For HR, we are aggressively pursuing filling vacancies at GSA. I think we've pretty much filled all the vacancies with the exception of, I believe, of one, which is the buyer. I don't think they have very many vacancies for buyers. But what I will say is that for buyers, they don't render a lot of applicants. So that is a challenge, to be able to fill vacancies with little to no qualified applicants. We are exploring.
Okay, let me ask Ms. Kirigua, how many buyers do you need at GSA? You have 5 right now, correct?
Yes, we have 5.
So how many do you need in actually to be able to process these requests through GSA to get them out in a timely manner?
I would love double-digit buyers, double-digit number of buyers to help streamline. We do have 3 vacancies right now. Most of them are the lower level, which is the buyer one.
So in order to actually, well, just give me your number. What number would, there's a wish list, yes, make life easier, but the reality of once upon a time, GSA used to have a lot more buyers. And then it was trickled down, and then we're all coming through, with issues on getting these procurements through. So the reality is, how many people should GSA have for buyers?
Realistically, I believe having 12 buyers would help
12.
streamline.
And right now we only have 5.
Yes.
That's a huge problem. That's a huge problem, Mr. Burns. You know that. It's almost as bad as not having enough accountants out there. So tell me, what have you been doing to try and address this shortage?
Yes, well, just taking a step back, it was, in the past, we had a really hard time recruiting buyers because, first of all, they were down in PT, and I think I was out when you were discussing the state of the building, but that's not the best place for them to be anyway, because DOA needed to be an integrated process. But, there was, I don't know, I wouldn't go so far as to echo what Senator Barnett said about Toxic, but it was an area where people weren't very keen to apply. And over the last few years, we've been trying to overcome that perception. And as the PSA said, it's hard to get I don't mean low level, but entry level buyers, right? And it's harder if subscribing agencies make their life difficult. And unfortunately, I heard a report yesterday of an agency employee speaking loudly to one of my employees, and I will not have that, because I'm sure that employee at least thought he or she was doing his or her duty in what they're doing. So there's a lot of tension, unfortunately, we're trying to undo that. You're asking me what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to undo the tension between the subscribing agencies and GSA to cooperate more. I mean, a lot of it is actually facilitated by the new system. Instead of having 3 different systems like we had 3 years ago, we have one integrated system, but there are still there are still rough spots that we're trying to iron out. And yes, you know, you can look at the statistics here, and actually GSA has actually gets through a large number of documents in the course of a day, let alone a month.
Mr. Burns, so we know that this has always been a bottleneck in the government of Guam,
Yes.
always been an issue.
Yes.
I mean, that's the number one complaint in the government of Guam is procurement. Am I right?
No, you're
Number
absolutely-
one.
You're absolutely
so
right. And
let's find a solution here.
Yes.
You have the authority to revamp like the salaries of the procurement entry level for a buyer, right? Do you have that authority to increase that amount of start salary?
No.
Okay. How do we do that?
We would have to go through a new process.
The process. Okay,
of
so
setting
there's
up
a
job.
process to increase
It's the
that.
process, right.
Okay.
But you know, you're absolutely right, if I may just speak more about the theme that you had, that procurement has always been a big problem in the government of Guam. And part of that is the budgetary process, right? Because when I go and talk to other procurement officials, they've done in year 1 what needs, you know, they've taken care in year 1 of the needs in year 2. They're not constrained by having to wait for a budget for year 2. They have the authority to do what, you know, so all contracts that expire in year 2 are renewed in year 1. But we are in a position, we can't do that. So that's something maybe we need to think about, is what can we do? The other thing is that it's in the budget now that agencies are supposed to submit their procurement plan. But if it comes late, it's not much of a plan, and you may as well just deal with the requisitions as they come. We want to consolidate requisitions, and some agencies, or one particular agency, doesn't want to consolidate requisitions. That's not efficient.
I agree.
So there are a number of things that perhaps we could work together on to make this process much less painful.
Absolutely, and I really want to give my Donka Lucitus Masi to Ms. Kidwa for, you know, answering my calls all the time to try and find a solution here on procurement issues. And I think, you know, one of the ways is, you know, we're looking at raising salaries for certain areas in the government of Guam because we're lacking that staff. And I think we should have, you know, don't be what do they say? Penny wise, a dollar short. You know, because if, is that right, Mr.
Penny wise, pound foolish.
Pound, yes. I forgot you're British. We're dealing in pounds here. But that being said, I think we should look at, you know, increasing that entry level to get people in that position to want to be there. We need to fill that, those vacancies, bring in 12 people. I think we're going to start seeing things move a whole lot faster if we can do that. And can you imagine if we can just fix this bottleneck, this issue, how well the government can work better, efficiently, and especially financially, be more financially sound, you know, especially with inflation. So other than that, I look forward to working with you, Mr. Burns, to find a solution. Of course, Ms. Kidigwa, we continue to work with each other all the time on maybe revising the procurement law to simplify it, you know, and so that a 5th grader can understand it instead of attorneys taking it around and twisting it the way they feel they want to do it. No, I'm not gearing it to you, Mr. Attorney, sitting there, but you know it's true because you laughed when I said about how attorneys have different interpretations of the procurement law. So let's simplify it. Other than that, look forward to, you know, working again with DOA. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Susmasi, Senator Tide Senator Perez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the panel. I'll try to make this succinct as possible. So in looking over your presentation, there's a page about aging vendor payment invoices. And so what has come to light recently is one of the vendors is GCC, so they're not getting payment for procurement training. And so what's happening is that an individual personnel, a GovGuam personnel, takes a training, but doesn't get the reimbursement in time. And there are some cases where they move to a different agency. And so now the funding doesn't move with the individual. And so now they're in a bind where they have to pay it themselves or not pay for it. And so this is one of the bottlenecks when it comes to procurement. We're not getting the certified buyers because this bottleneck that's happening. So what solution do you have to address this?
Sorry, can I just get clarification on, so the aged, you're referring to the aged invoices that we have reported, and you are assuming that that also is where the GCC invoices are sitting unpaid?
Possibly, yes.
Possibly.
But the fact is that the employee has moved on to a different agency. The new agency hasn't appropriated money for that, and the old agency is not willing to pay for it because now they moved on to a different agency. So what is the solution for that?
So I think, if I may intervene, the solution to that is just to increase GCC's appropriation by whatever we estimate the number of people, and then you don't have to follow people around the agency.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. The other question was from the presentation by procurement, during the procurement. So there was 18% of procurement solicitations are rejected basically and sent back, or at least sent back to the agency. Let me just turn to that page. Okay. So the three reasons: lack of funding, supporting documents are not provided even though a checklist is given, and there are no responses to the solicitation. So for the supporting docs, which agencies are not providing those documents, even if there's a checklist?
So sometimes it varies. I don't want to pinpoint a certain agency. GSA is here to help assist with any matter, so it really varies. Most of the time when we return it, we do email them to let them know that they're missing a document that is needed for us to begin the procurement process. So I don't want to pinpoint an agency, it varies.
So what is the common denominator? Or are they just all over the page as far as which documents are in need or deficient?
So sometimes we don't receive the market research, and we do need that to help us ensure that we're reaching out to potential vendors that can provide that good or that service. So it really does vary. A lot of times, those are not the only main reasons we would return it. Those are just what we've seen as a common denominator. And of course, it's their budget. So if they submit a requisition and there's a funding issue, GSA will not move it forward because the funds are not there and it's not technically accurately certified. And so we'll work with the agency to get that
I understand
matter resolved.
the funding issue.
Yes.
Can't really negotiate around that when it comes to you guys. The thing about the market research, I know I helped to pass a law in regards to small purchases, right? And the market research, one of the parts of the bill is that the agency has to look beyond who's the existing vendors, right? They have to do a more broad scope versus who is normally submitting. And so is that one of the issues that you're finding?
We don't really have an issue with the market research that is submitted to us, so we don't encounter any issues. I think the issue is that agencies were unaware that we didn't need the 3 quotes. I think that was always just an assumption that was made that the 3 quotes are required in order for GSA to move. And so I understand why there's a pushback that we're being inefficient, but technically we never required the quotes to begin with.
Okay, and was there a circular that was submitted to all agencies? Was there follow-up trainings to kind of implement this more effectively?
So one of the things we're trying to do is have a market research training for the different line departments and agencies and anyone who wants to come through the DOA training program. I do not have a timeline for you at the moment, but once we do, we'll ensure that that's out to everyone.
Thank you. And what do you do if there's no responses to solicitation? How do you handle that? Or what is your solution to that?
Yeah, so some of the things that we do now that we just started this FY is we do an outreach to at least the vendors that did give market research to the agency, just to ask, is there something we can do that maybe that's why they don't want to respond to the RFQ? Sometimes it's because those vendors don't accept government purchase orders, or they require payment before the goods are supplied. Sometimes it could be a timing issue that they really didn't respond because they may not have been on island or they didn't receive the email. And so what we'll do is we'll recast it out again to potential vendors.
Yeah, so we did update the law when it comes to libraries. So there's advance payments for books. I think that's something, and I think there's an issue also with wheelchairs, right? The vendors that supply wheelchairs, and it still falls within, I think, under the small purchases, but of course we can't send them the payment without the goods. So that's one thing maybe we can look at. And also, it's also come back to me that some vendors cannot wait until the GovGuam cuts the check. So, you know, if you look at the aging invoices, that's a big issue that really deters vendors from actually responding. And maybe Director Byrne, I know you've said this before, that it's the timeliness of payment that is one way to address procurement issues. And so what is, I guess, your what have you done to cut the delay in payment?
Well, there's 2 areas where a payment gets delayed. One is in the agency that actually received the service. The other one is when it gets to DOA. DOA, we try and deal with it as quickly as possible. I'm going to take a step back in a minute, but I'm going to answer this part of your question directly. I would rather, frankly, that these invoices didn't go to the agency, but came directly to us so that we could address them more timely. They're sitting in the agency for no particular purpose, because if there's already a PO, then the invoice, by sending it to the agency, we're not really achieving anything. It would be better if it came directly to us. What we've done in the new system is there's a new module called Xflow. So what that does is, if there is a proper PO in the system, it will associate the invoice with the PO, and you can look at them both on the screen simultaneously, and you can validate them simultaneously. And we ask agencies to actually put them into the system. But if they don't do it as soon as they get the invoice, the clock has already started ticking. And I agree with you that timely payments is a way to keep prices down. I mean, because even if vendors can afford to carry the debt, they're going to price that into whatever price they quote.
So what is that module? So for all the agencies listening out there, maybe they can come and call you and get training on that, and so they can actually implement it as quickly as possible.
Absolutely, but every PO that goes out says send the invoice to DOA, and most vendors don't.
But you just mentioned a module that's
yes.
What is it called again?
Xflow.
X-flow?
X-flow. It's integral to the accounting system.
Okay, so maybe there's a training in order for all agencies?
And they do have, we have, a lot of it,
Okay.
we have given training to agencies. But
Okay.
there's, but they don't always listen. I mean, a good example, I was authorizing a payment yesterday evening, and the training is put the invoice first and the supporting documents thereafter. But this agency consistently didn't do that. The invoice was several documents down the system, so that the reader has to go through the whole lot, and that's just not efficient. So we need to get with that agency
okay.
and make sure that they comply.
Okay, yes, that would be very helpful. So I'm going to pivot to HR stuff. And so, I think there is something in healthcare, it's called continuous quality improvement, right? And I'm sure there's some complement or equivalent in the HR field. So obviously, workforce development, we have vacancies in government. There's avenues, there's tools we can use within government to kind of be more proactive about filling these vacancies. Of course, addressing the critical shortage. And I guess maybe it's a two-parter. What are we doing to address the critical shortage that agencies are facing? I know a lot of it was talked about earlier. So one of the things I'm hearing is that, I believe in previous oversights, I believe the chief police was stating many people don't pass the test. And there was a suggestion like, well, maybe we can give them, supporting training so they can learn what was missed on the test. And has the HR department looked into that? Have they taken any steps to help support recruitment in that area?
So yes, as the deputy has mentioned, all the tests that are currently being administered are extremely old. They're decades old. And we have spoken with UOG to redevelop these tests and have them administer them. So now with regard to passing the exams, so the current tests that have been developed have a very different dynamic, as opposed to the more modern methods that we've recently discussed with the OG. So of course, the OG being the academic leadership, and by the way, the specific area that we spoke with are the same folks that administer the vehicle registration, the real estate license exam, right? So we believe we went to the right place. And so the staff members that we spoke with routinely develop tests for very specific reasons. So we're very confident that they will develop a test that will be fair, as well as provide qualified and quality test participants, which are the applicants.
Okay, so it's too soon, basically you're saying in a way it's too soon to really identify how you're going to provide supportive, I guess, backup training should they fail this test. Is that, is there a
one of the things that
contingency plan?
We're working with the law enforcement is that I know that I mentioned GFD, but that was kind of like a test, not a test, but we've successfully, if you look at it, the way the physical exam and the written exam, the way they were weighted was not what the department wanted. And we DOA, having had all these old stuff, never changed it. So that could change on how the written test, because they're looking for certain parameters, and then the physical test. So if they weight it the way they want, then they're getting the people that they need. So back to your question about helping them along, there are manuals online that those that are interested in becoming firefighters can actually read before they take the test. So that's the whole process we're trying to iron out with UG administering and us with what is required, and the law enforcement group that is looking at what kind of tests is needed for both written and physical. So the combination of us working together will hopefully address that question that you have.
Okay, yeah, I just hope to keep posted on that, if you don't mind. The other thing was LTA positions. Are they announced?
No, they are not. Yes, I'm sorry, my mistake. No, they're not announced.
Is there a reason why they're not?
They're not announced simply because the LTAs are unclassified. We don't want to give the impression that it's, by posting in the job announcement, we don't want to give the impression that it is for a classified position.
So how are people to know that there's a job opening?
For an LTA?
Yes.
Typically, the department is left with the advertisement of those positions.
Okay. Yeah, that brings to me an issue that I've noticed, I've actually documented, this idea of detailed assignment. And in particular, there was one agency that would, basically it seemed like a means to circumvent the merit system, and or at least it was used to fill positions, but it ultimately, I believe, was used quite repetitively. And so my concern is use of detailed positions to fill vacancies rather than, and yeah, there was documentation that the position, there was a question as to whether they were qualified for that higher level position. They were entry level, got promoted through this detailed assignment. And, we're trying to promote more the merit system. It really is demoralizing to see staff being promoted through this type of mechanism when there's current staff available that could potentially get this position. And, I'm just wondering, has DOA looked into this and addressed this issue?
The answer is yes. Very often, I get requests for the three things you mentioned. Well, it's two that mentioned and one other. LTAs, detailed appointments, and selective factors, right? All of which are designed in one way or other to evade the merit system. I am not the most popular director when I turn back some of these LTA requests, generally because there already is an open position, right? And that's one of the reasons why we have so many, pardon me, open positions, right? Because that is how employees should apply for a job, not through some kind of LTA process. There are exceptions where there is some special grant that may or may, that may last for a short period, or an urgent needs arises because of a particular issue, and that might happen at public health or might happen at actually Department of Agriculture, where sometimes unforeseen things happen and you need to recruit somebody right away. But I'm on record of having written back to an agency saying, no matter what anybody says, the Organic Act says you are to use the merit system, and we try to do so as much as we can. We don't want agencies not to recruit people, but we do actively promote the use of the merit system. And that's why you see so many open positions, because certainly for lower level positions, there doesn't seem to me to be a good reason for having an LTA position. I can see that might, if someone with a special skill, that would be different. But for our lower level positions, the merit system should prevail.
Okay, thank you. I would like to see more of that activity for sure, and less of the circumventing the merit system through these mechanisms. The one thing I would like to also add to this conversation is regarding workforce development. And so, I think that's really the systemic issue, right? There's no holistic plan for the government when it comes to workforce development, as far as I can tell, right? I know there's individual components that need to be more utilized, like the PDQ, right? The position description questionnaires, need to be updated. And it seems to be more agency dependent. And I would, really want to advocate at a higher level that this review take place within the Department of Administration so that, we are modernizing our civil service sector. The other thing is the, successional planning. I mean, I've had many discussions. There's opportunities through the known promotional potential to, get individuals lined into the agencies, at least the entry-level positions. And I know we had I have several discussions with perhaps the agency heads. I'm not sure if I had a discussion with you, Director Byrne, but I guess what is the plan to really, we're at a time where we are seeing a lot of retirement coming forward, whether it's teachers, GPA. We see it across, we've actually had certificate presentations for many, many individuals who are retiring, and we're losing the opportunity, I would think, to pass on this institutional knowledge. And so I haven't seen really a coordinated effort, a holistic effort to really implement what already exists as tools for a more robust successional plan for the government. And so I just wanted to ask, what is the plan?
You're right. It is a concern. I think I looked 2 years ago. I looked at it that 40% of the workforce was eligible. They don't always retire. Was eligible to retire within 15 years, and that's a kind of awkward position to be in. I agree there should be more succession planning, and we try and do that within our own agency. But when we reach out to other agencies, I think they tend to be rather resistive because that kind of issue traditionally wasn't an HR issue. It should be, right? If we're doing our job, HR should reach much more into other agencies and not let them just wander around within this HR issue. It's not good for career employees. They deserve to be. They deserve to have training, not because they want to do it, but because we're missing a whole lot of people who, for one reason or other, have a reason not to attend a training course, but because it's part of succession planning. The other side of this is, our performance evaluation system is not really designed to do that either. And I asked HR to look into how we can make, the performance evaluation system not rewarding people for not making a mistake, but rewarding people for being innovative and working above and beyond for the government. And that to me is part of workforce development too, because you identify people that in any civil service are high flyers, and you want them to move through the system to the point where they can make a difference. So we are looking at that. Please encourage other agencies that we're not trying to run their agency, but we are trying to help their employees.
Yeah, I think it'd be great to have, you spearhead, the agency spearhead this process rather than leaving it open to, I guess. Is that allowable in law to just, be able to spearhead this process?
Yes,
okay.
I think it's just practice hasn't been to do that, but maybe we could have some kind of some conference later in the year to try and move in that direction.
Okay.
Because I support that.
Thank you. The other thing is standardizing personnel ratings. So let's say an applicant applies. There's been talk, or at least I've heard talk that it's biased, right? The process is biased. And, I guess is there a way through the FMIS system, is there something in that system that could mitigate the bias in the application process?
Yes, Senator, we're very excited that the new recruitment module in the GFMIS system is going to address that. We've already had, we presented to the governor, she was impressed. We've done our own checks to see how it works, and we're actually hoping to put this into production in like 4 weeks. But what we've seen so far is going to change this rating system, which has been a practice, not law, but practice, because it can be subjective. And I have started looking at the whole process and changing some of the requirements, because back to why do we not have a lot of accountants? Well, first of all those accountants coming out of UOG, they should, how we give preferential for when you're a veteran, and then if you're a disabled veteran, you get another 10 points. Well, I think this would be the thing to start. We send our children to UOG, and yet they don't get preferential treatment, because then they go off island, or even the ones that go get an education in the States, they need to come back to Guam. And if we give them those points, then they're higher on the level scale when we do rate. But the rating that we're gonna do is gonna take the actual applications, the resumes, and then spit out what the ratings is, and the ratings are what we DOA, the director, can look at what is relevant and change those. Right now we're going into 5 systems, and that's going to totally change. It's going to be one system, and it's going to be able to rate these, and we're kind of excited about the whole rating, because when we did the test, it really shows that certain people that would have probably fallen to the bottom of the list that were rated actually come to the top. And so we're excited about this, getting this whole system, and it will take, what used to take a couple of people, maybe an hour to rate one application is probably gonna take less than 10 minutes, or even shorter than that, okay? So
Yeah.
we're really excited, and we can, as we roll it out, we're more than welcome to come and see it.
Yeah, thank you for that, because when I did apply for the government of Guam, when I first moved back to Guam decades ago, I applied for GMH. They didn't get back to me for a year or more. And so at that time, I was becoming a teacher. So I hope you can definitely reduce that delay. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I do want to ask another question, but before I pivot again, I just want to say that, there's a workforce development board within Department of Labor. Do you guys sit at the table at that workforce development board? So I would highly recommend more coordination with them, because in that board is Department of Education, and what I see is an untapped potential, right? We have over 1,000 graduates every year. There's opportunities for pre-apprenticeships that can lead into apprenticeships, which could be the starting positions within public and private sector jobs. And so, this is one way to really kind of leverage the institutional knowledge from both parties, or all 3 parties, even the Department of Labor, right? Department of Labor, Department of Education, DOA. And it's really hasn't been utilized to its full potential to see where, we can fill those gaps. I mean, we hear the problems of not having adequate personnel. The job doesn't get done. And so, there are tools out there, there's knowledge that exists. I think we just need to bring people at the table to discuss these tools that we can improve upon. And that's why I kind of started with continuous improvement, continuous quality improvement. So where can we leverage these tools? And so I highly recommend that. The other thing, so I'm gonna go back to delegation. I know you've gone through, as far as procurement is concerned, there was first of all, it's decentralized, and now it's back to centralized procurement. And I think partly because to increase integrity of the procurement system, which is good. But do you see the opportunity to go back? I guess, that balance where you can decentralize through a standardized delegation process of procurement? Where do you see the opportunities are for that?
I think it would depend on the background of those that would like to be delegated and ensuring that they know the law and they are going to comply with the law, because the biggest thing for GSA is, yes, we want to move the procurements forward, but we also want to ensure they're compliant. So on the audits, we're not having these question costs, especially for the federal side.
Okay, I appreciate that response. And so hopefully with more training, I had a very great conversation with GCC. They are making their training much more robust. And it's good to see that they are moving in that direction. So hopefully we can see a much more improved procurement system. I guess the last question, I'm going to pivot to insurance. So this is one of the biggest, I guess, issues or that we face with the budget, right? And oftentimes the timing of the insurance negotiations is after the budget. And I guess maybe just a question about the status of how much reserves do we have in regards to premiums? Have we collected enough reserves, and how does that going to impact, I guess, the insurance? Or maybe there's some things you cannot say because of negotiations, but what can you reveal
yes,
as far as?
I will be circumspect, but we did actually meet the date for the budget last year in the insurance packet. But this year, it's no, and I can say this certainly, we've split the procurement, the TPA procurement, into procurement for a PBM, which is a pharmacy benefit manager, and procurement for the TPA for the medical and dental services. The reason for that principally was that our actuaries advised that we were more likely to save money by contracting directly with a TPA. Their original recommendation was to go into a 3-year contract. We tried to get the law changed so that we could have a 3-year contract, but we were unsuccessful in that. So we're proceeding this year with a 1-year contract for a pharmacy benefit manager. That's in progress, so I can't talk much more about that. The second procurement for the TPA is about to start. But in all these cases, it's only a very small amount that we're procuring now, because the self-insured fund is the bulk of the expense. And that is the amount that we charge for the premium, and therefore has to be borne by the agencies, is calculated by the actuary based upon the experience that we've had, and we've got now 3 years worth of experience. So I don't anticipate a delay this year.
And as far as the cost, because I know the government had to bear, I think, the brunt of the increase in costs, and it did affect the budgets, I think, this current cycle.
Well, sorry if I may, what happened was that the number that was advised for retirees didn't include the defined contribution retirees, because they're managed by DOA, not GGRF. So we had to increase it to take account of the costs incurred by the defined contribution retirees, which are about like 150 to 200, but will increase. So that was why you had to increase it. It wasn't so much an increase in medical costs. In fact, we were able to contain the increase in medical costs, with the exception, of course, of GMH, who put up their fees, and we have to pay the fees that they have increased. But at least we're supporting the hospital by doing that. But the issue was just the omission of the defined contribution retirees.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience. I know it's past lunchtime, but I'm sure there's many more questions that I could probably pose to you later on, but thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Senator Perez, and all the questions I had were asked and answered with the exception of one, and that is, Andy, I think I join everyone in appreciating your work and your continued coverage in a non-permanent position. But Ed, when are you going to announce that position and actually fill it with a full-time classified?
I think I have to do that pretty soon. I'm reluctant because Andy's doing such a great job, and she doesn't, or she tells me, maybe you can persuade her otherwise, that she doesn't want to do it permanently. But I think I have to announce it soon.
So Andy, you won't compete for it? It'll probably be handed to you, but...
I'm not sure right now, yeah. Okay. I don't want to say yes or no.
Ed, being serious, give me a ballpark date. I think you need to announce that and get that thing filled permanently.
I think we can do it within the next month.
I think that would be much appreciated. I think that there are, the stability has been provided by Andy and her work. I've heard good things, and I can tell you performance-based budgeting, I'm going to now give them this part of the presentation which shows the turnaround time, and of course we'll have to do the HR side, but the reality is that's been coming out, and we're going to have to address that in the budget hearings. That the two things that are standouts is the choke point in terms of dealing with DOA on the personnel side and on GSA side. So we'll be able to reconcile that based on this presentation. That's why I didn't care how long it went. And the other thing really is going to be just the issues of how processing is being done, and how to make sure that we can reconcile those two, because that 80% of what they've been reporting in terms of lapses, particularly on personnel, has been alluded to that it's turnaround time. And so the deputies answered some of those questions, and we'll have to now benchmark it again against the GFMIS and that. So any statement you wanted to make?
No, that's perfectly fair. That all that we've been talking about today, we've tried to anticipate and improve the system, and we've tried to use technology because it always isn't easy to find people. We did advertise the CPO position before, and we didn't really get a whole lot of interest in it because it's a rather high-profile job. But generally, I don't have anything in contradiction to say that I think we've moved the marker. We want to be judged against that new marker.
So just a closing comment for me, Ed. We're going to continue to have major differences on this issue with the audit. I'm hoping that as a result of today and moving forward, we can have something substantial to work with from the 2024 going into the budget season. Listen, to me, in terms of the performance of our adopted levels and what continues to come into the government, we've maintained being conservative. We maintain currently continuously going forward with the excess revenue. But the reality is that, from indications we're getting and we're looking at numbers, it's starting to level off, and we're going to have to be using very, very accurate information to prevent any moving away from performing the way we're performing at this point. And the only way we can do that is to get that type of information. I can tell you that we are not going to shirk the responsibility. We have our timelines. We've talked to the agencies. They know what we're preparing for, and there will be due diligence on the budget cycle, as much, if not more, than otherwise. But the July timeline I have set is in stone, and we will vote on July 17th. What the result of that will be, we'll see. But we appreciate your cooperation, your assistance, and we look forward to having information.
Thank you, Senator. You'll have it.
Thank you. So this will conclude today's oversight hearing on OPA and DOA. The committee will continue to accept written testimony on the hearing within 7 calendar days from today, which may be addressed to Senator Christopher M. Duenas as chairman of the committee and mailed to 163 West Chalantuntapapa, Hagatnya, Guam 96910. You may also email your testimonies to senator.duenas@guamlegislature.gov. This public hearing is now adjourned, and the time is 1:32. Si Zeus Masi.